Okay, so welcome back everybody. We are about to start the next section, which will be hearing from members of our community who wish to speak in objection to this planning application. But before we get into that section, I do just need to check that I have all my councillors back in the room. So I can see Councillor Bicknell, I can see Councillor Mann, Councillor Clark, Councillor Irish, Councillor Tyson Payne, Councillor Doogie. So, and Councillor Bourne is waving at me. He is in the same building as I am, although obviously a long way away. So that's fantastic. So we are now going to have written statements. We will have those in batches of 10. And at the end of each batch, there will be an opportunity for councillors, if they wish to ask any questions about those statements, or for Andy, if he wants to pick up any points about things that have been said in those statements. So if I can ask for the first batch to be played, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll now read approximately 10 statements and then there'll be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Mrs. Harris. I would like to object to a longer runway. We get enormous amounts of planes now fly over our house at Maybrush. We are all supposed to be thinking about saving our planet when all businesses are thinking about is expanding and making money. This has to stop. Southampton is polluted enough. We do not need bigger planes. This is just man's greed. Please think very carefully about what you are considering. Here is a statement from the Waghorn family. Wendy Waghorn. We are a local family that live in Southampton, but our council is Eastleigh Borough. Our two sons go to Bitton Park School, the largest secondary school in Southampton, which is located right under the airport's flight path. We are shocked to hear that this application could even be considered because we are in a climate emergency, which you've already declared as a council. Christiana Porgueras, who worked for the UN and successfully negotiated the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement, says that climate change is like a bath filling up. We can't keep letting carbon emissions from bigger planes drip into the bath. It's getting too full up and will soon overflow, causing more flooding, droughts, heat waves, forest fires and deaths all around the world. We need to turn the tap off, which means stopping the gases filling the atmosphere. You can help by denying this runway extension. One of the sons says, I'm in year 10 at Bitton Park. The planes already disrupt lessons every day because they fly so low and near to the school on takeoff and landing. Lessons have to stop every time because you can't hear people's voices above the noise. This is for indoor or outside lessons. Concentrating in class is really difficult. The airport says it can offer insulation to stop this, but we have to have the windows open for ventilation against the virus, and in the summer when it's hot outside. We can't keep the windows closed all the time or have PE inside. The other son says, I am in year 7 at Bitton Park. My lessons are interrupted when planes fly over too. Bigger planes will mean more noise and more pollution. There are 2,600 pupils at my school. All of them will breathe in more pollution every day if the airport is allowed to have bigger planes. 8 million people a year die from air pollution around the world, from breathing in particles from burning fossil fuels. I thought the council was meant to keep us safe. How can you be doing this if you let this happen? And from Dave Waghorn, my children, like children across the country, have already suffered enormously through lost educational opportunities due to COVID-19. Why should they and the 2,600 children who attend Bitton Park Secondary School have their life chances further reduced by the noise of big jets to let a privileged few have easier access to holidays and business trips? And it's not just children at the school now. If this runway extension goes ahead, the COVID generation that has lost so much of critical early years education now will be starting secondary school just as the full impacts of the expansion start to be felt. How can we as a society possibly allow this to occur? Surely all of us agree that we need to support children to recover from the terrible toll the pandemic has taken on them. Instead, the airport is proposing to directly reduce the life chances of thousands of our children. It is absolutely crazy and utterly unjust to allow Southampton Airport to expand. Please remember the climate emergency you've declared and don't allow it. Here is a statement from Nigel Lawrie. I'm writing regarding my personal reasons for being concerned regarding the expansion of Southampton Airport. When I came to live in Bitton Park, I had a very mild asthma, which over the years has increased to severe. Having experienced over the last year a significant reduction in flights, my asthma has improved to a manageable level such that I can remain living here with my family, friends and supportive local community. I completely understand there has also been a reduction in vehicle traffic, which can possibly impact on my asthma. However, I have always lived close to vehicle traffic pollution without such impact on my asthma. In 2019, it appeared that considering recent research, my only option to maintain reasonable lung function was to sadly move away. Research evidence indicates that living 2 miles from the airport increases my exposure to airport-associated ultrafine particles. The conclusion of the study was that, to our knowledge, our study is the first to demonstrate increased acute systemic inflammation following exposure to airport-related UFPs. Further research has indicated that heavy airplane traffic can pollute the air for up to 10 miles away, a wider area than previously believed. I'm aware that I'm not the only person who's recorded an improvement in lung function over the last year, and we agree that a significant increase in aircraft movement will be very detrimental to our health. Question: with this clear evidence, will Southampton cover my family's house moving costs if the extension is agreed? Here is a statement from Sue Harrison. I have already emailed my opposition to this scheme to various people, but assuming none of it reached you, I will have a final try to dissuade you from this proposal. Eastleigh Airport has always been small, friendly and manageable. I live under the flight path and so was used to Flybe planes going over. As they were the largest operator but have now stopped trading, I'm wondering why there's a need for expansion at all. I also believe that air travel should be restricted and discouraged. The environment must be the priority at the moment, and expanding the airport's capacity and related infrastructure is not compatible with that. The area around the airport has a beautiful stretch of river, trees and wildlife. As our district has already seen large-scale destructive development and loss of green spaces, I urge you to leave Southampton Eastleigh Airport as it is. Here is a statement from Anthony Overstall. In a full council meeting on 18th of July 2019, Eastleigh Borough Council unanimously declared a climate change emergency. All members of the Eastleigh Local Area Committee were at that meeting. Declarations like this do nothing unless they are backed up by actions. It is well known that there must be massive reductions in air travel right now to enable reductions in CO2 emissions. Approving this application would be inconsistent with this needed reduction and the climate change emergency declaration. Here is a statement from Elliot Hanby Wilding. I have submitted my disapproval of the expansion of Southampton Airport several months ago on the basis of noise and pollution. I do not believe the expansion of Southampton Airport is necessary in light of the recent COVID pandemic, indicating working practice of individuals has now dramatically changed the people working from home far more than ever. With additional information to indicate that living in Chalmers Ford would be affected by the noise of increased traffic and aeroplanes. Here is a statement from Mr. C. Lawrence. EBC are trying to convince us there are no negative issues with the proposed runway extension, totally ignoring the added noise pollution, the extra road traffic in the area and the resulting massive reduction of air quality. Extra flights and larger aircraft are a combination that is bound to have an adverse effect. Southampton City and Winchester Council have declined this planning application, and although Eastleigh Borough Council declared an air quality emergency, they say the extra flights in and out of the airport by larger aircraft will not have an adverse effect on air quality. EBC say road traffic in the surrounding airport area will not be affected by the runway extension, so why is an extension to the long stay car park part of the planning application? Prior to lockdown, roads in the area were sinking under the weight of massive congestion to the point of gridlock at peak times. It is a fact that larger aircraft will make more noise and produce more pollution. Research to make them more fuel efficient and quieter continues, but it will be many years before these greener engines become the norm, and the totally silent aircraft engine has not been designed. Areas under the flight path already suffer greatly from noise pollution, both indoors and especially outside. It is impossible to hold a conversation when sitting in the garden as flights go overhead, climbing on full power, and the gardens will become a no-go area with larger aircraft flying more frequently. COVID has proved how valuable our gardens are for our mental and physical well-being. Once the runway is built, the construction jobs and the thousands of airport jobs EBC claim will not exist. Bournemouth Airport, only 20 miles down the road, already has a runway long enough to accept larger planes. It is surrounded by vacant land to expand into if required, has very good road links, and it is not in a residential area. The UK will be hosting the 26th UN Climate Change Conference in Glasgow, November this year, 2021. This summit meeting will bring together all stakeholders to accelerate action towards the goals of the Paris Agreement and the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. The UK government is committed to working towards achieving positive actions on climate change. Can you say, hand on heart, that larger aircraft flying more often and more cars on already congested roads is a positive move forward? I say this not just as a resident, but as someone who's concerned about the ecological future of our world for our grandchildren. Here is a statement from Mrs. M. Wash. My objections to Southampton Airport runway extension. 1. Air pollution. The 26th UN Climate Change Conference is being held in Glasgow in November of this year, 2021, to reduce, not increase, air pollution. Number 2. Traffic congestion around Southampton Airport causing major inconvenience for roads already gridlocked at peak times. Number 3. Noise pollution making residents' gardens a no-go area and Riverside Park not a peaceful walk when we know it is important for our mental health to have outdoor spaces. Number 4. Southampton Airport, now a free port, will help make the smaller runway pay with the addition of British Airways extra flight routes from May 2021. Number 5. Bournemouth Airport is in a non-residential area with a longer runway, can accommodate large aircraft and is only 20 miles away with plenty of room to expand if required, causing no more air pollution as it is already built. Number 6. Bournemouth Airport is easily accessible and could create more employment if larger aircraft utilised it. Number 7. I do not feel we need 2 large airports just 20 miles apart when we're trying to reduce our carbon footprint for generations to come. And number 8, we must be responsible for the future generations' mental health, physical health and carbon footprint. Here is a statement from Mr. Gavin Torpey. I'm a resident of Southampton, SO19 4BS, and under the flight path of the airport. I received an email and just wanted to forward on my opposition to the proposed runway extension. I'm against this for environmental and noise reasons. Having more and larger aircraft polluting the local environment as well as the extra noise especially emitted from the larger aircraft that the runway will attract is not appealing to me, my wife nor young daughter, and therefore we want to oppose the plans. We'd be grateful if this could be used by the committee on review when it happens. Here is a statement from Mr. Ian Stott. I live at Ovington Gardens, Eastleigh. My son attends Sherborne Primary School. My daughter attends Crestwood Secondary School, Sherborne campus. We live in a thriving community right next to the airport. The runway extension allowing larger planes to land, I believe, would cause increased pollution and noise levels that would be detrimental to the health and well-being of myself, my family and the immediate community. I believe the application should be rejected on these grounds. Here is a statement from Bishopstoke Parish Council. Bishopstoke Parish Council understands and appreciates the value to the local community and economy of a thriving airport, but any changes to the airport must be balanced against the needs of the local community, the health and safety of the residents and the long-term damage to the local economy that increased gridlock could cause. Without substantial improvements to the surrounding transport network, simply inviting more people to use Southampton Airport can only cause problems and disruption to the local area, and those problems and disruptions will only serve to limit the impact of the proposed expansion of the airport. Bishopstoke Parish Council had the following objections to this application. Increased noise levels over Bishopstoke due to the longer, lower takeoff routes. Increased noise and pollution problems along Southampton Road. The increased traffic levels will lead to increased noise, lower air quality and higher pollution levels. Local plan. The plan talks about a need to address pollution from vehicle emissions. This expansion will lead to increased traffic, which will not address vehicle-based pollution, but will simply add to it. Additionally, this expansion cannot be considered in isolation. If the new road proposed in the plan goes ahead, then more traffic will be directed down Bishopstoke Lane, and some of this traffic will then also head down Southampton Road, adding even further to the problem. Parish Council and Eastleigh Borough Council have declared a climate change emergency, which is clearly not in keeping with an airport expansion and all the subsequent increased road traffic. With no plans to improve the existing road network, either locally or nationally, the increase in traffic accessing the airport will cause even more delays and pollution, which will have a knock-on effect beyond the immediate area around the airport. Parking. The commitment to an extra 600 long-term parking spaces has been removed. The promised extra parking spaces gives no guidance on quantity, and so there is no way to judge whether it would be an appropriate number for the increased number of users of the airport. Any shortfall in required parking will lead to more problems on the local network. The Parish Council also wishes to see both a carbon mitigation plan and clarification of the location and connections of the proposed road going from one side of the airport to the other, especially with regard to how it fits with proposals or plans for the future of the Chickenhall Lane Link Road. In short, Bishopstoke Parish Council sees far more problems than benefits to this proposed expansion and objects strongly to it. I will pause there, Chair, in case there are questions or points of clarification.
Thank you very much. Councillors, are there any questions that you wanted to ask at this point or any comments that you want Andy to respond to? Just going to give councillors an opportunity. I can't see that any... Oh, if... Sorry, I believe that Councillor Bourne might. Councillor Bourne.
Thank you, Chair. We've had a lot of representations from people with children at Bitton Park School, and personally I've received emails on that subject. Did we receive any formal input from the school itself, Bitton Park School? I've had a look in the pack and can't find reference to them, but I'd be interested to know if they've officially sent in anything. Thank you, Chair.
Andy, would you like to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Chair. We've had somewhere in the region of 7,500 representations come in on this development. I can't say that I've seen a specific one from Bitton School, but I know there have been a lot of objections raised by residents in the area of the impact on Bitton School and parents of children who are at the school, and certainly Bitton Park School is referenced in quite a lot of detail within the environmental statement addendum and the mitigation measures proposed for that. But in terms of something directly from the school, I can't say that I have seen something from them. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of bits that I would like Andy, maybe one of your colleagues to comment on. But before we go to that, I believe Laura would like to just make a few comments about some difficulties that some people are having with accessing the meeting.
Thank you, Chair. We are just going to take a very brief pause to give us a second to update the website. There has been an issue with the link where we have got one link live on the website. All links are on the agenda, but people are struggling. So we can just take a 5-minute pause while we just get comms to update the website, and we will make sure that we can update as much as we can. We have changed the messaging on the website to make it clear that where all the links are available. We thought we'd done that, Chair, but we are just making it as clear as possible. Thank you.
So welcome back everybody. Hopefully we've got those technical issues sorted so people are still able to be attending this session. I would be grateful, Andy, if you or perhaps one of your colleagues could just respond to some of the issues that we had there, specifically around noise and education. Obviously, some of the speakers there made some very strong points about the impact on education, particularly when you take into account what's been happening with COVID and that impact on education. Also about the ultrafine particles and the impact that that can have on people, particularly those with lung function issues. And then also the importance of green spaces to our health. So if you could respond, or your colleagues could respond on those matters, please.
Yes, of course, Chair. I think because of the technical nature of some of the answers needed in response to that, I will ask our environmental health consultant, Sue Thomas, to come back on those particular points. I can supplement it around the community community health fund, but I think in terms of the issues and assessment of impact on open space and education, if I could ask Sue to come back on those particular points. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just checking everybody can hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So in relation to the school, there's I think potentially a little bit of confusion about the level of the impact, because the health chapter of the updated environmental statement wasn't updated to take into account the noise cap. So there's a slight overstatement of the impact. So the impact on Bitton School won't be quite as bad as is indicated in the health chapter because of the noise contour cap that we've proposed. But the airport has committed to looking at noise insulation with the school, and the noise insulation scheme will need to include ventilation. And so that's something that the airport will need to be considering. In relation to the ultrafine particles issue, this is an area where the science is really emerging at the moment. Just bear with me a second. I'm just quickly trying to find a report that we looked at, but we haven't put a condition relating to ultrafine particles because at the moment the science isn't quite there to be able to set a limit. If the government brings in limits at a later date, then the airport would have to comply with them. From the evidence that we do have, there is definitely a contribution from aircraft, but the main contribution is still road traffic, even with the ultrafine particles. And that's come across in all the evidence that we've been able to review. And in terms of noise outside, obviously noise insulation schemes are effective for insulating internal spaces. But obviously the limitation of those is that we can't do the same in outdoor spaces. And so what we've asked the airport to look at in regard to this is a community health strategy, which will look at ways of mitigating those impacts outdoors. That might not necessarily be by reducing the noise per se, but looking at other ways in which they can enhance and improve the environment to sort of offset those adverse impacts.
Okay, thank you for that. We've got Councillor Bicknell who would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. And again, it would be a question that's directed at Sue, so hopefully she hasn't gone far. And it's actually with reference to noise impacts in outdoor spaces, which obviously you can't do. But I'd understand and note, and I've done a little bit of looking about technologies around soundscaping, which I believe are being trialled at the moment around Schiphol Airport. I don't know whether, you know, what the situation is with that, what the science is, or if it's, you know, similar to the ultrafine particle side of the science, that there is just no scientific evidence to actually back it up at the moment. So, but yeah, so soundscaping, Sue, thank you.
Yeah, soundscaping's an interesting emerging discipline. There's now some international standards that have been produced on this, and so it is an area that's garnering interest. And so projects like those at Schiphol will be interesting to see how they develop over time and the benefits that they bring. There's been a number of things that I'm aware of that they've trialled. There's a lot of flat open fields around Schiphol, and so they've used some techniques to try and break up sound waves and that sort of thing. So, but that's the sort of thing that when we talk about the community health plan and looking at and what the airport might be able to do in this community health strategy to enhance the environment is to look at, you know, those sorts of schemes and see what's being done around the world. They weren't something that we felt that we could condition at this point, but they were things that needed to be done and explored in consultation with residents. So, you know, we need to understand, or the airport needs to understand what the community want from those spaces, and then look at ways that they can use techniques, including but not limited to soundscaping, to try and enhance and offset the adverse impacts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Sue. I haven't seen that anybody else wishes to ask any questions at this stage, but I have been asked by our comms team to just let people know that all the links for these different sessions, and we are having to run them as individual sessions because of the large numbers of people who wish to participate in the meeting. I'm sure you can understand why that might be the case. They are all on the front sheet of the agenda, and we will try and make sure if the website can also be updated each time we change session, so that you can be very clear which session we're in, and you can make sure that you can access it if you need to. And I understand that Councillor Bicknell may wish to speak again. Clearly you don't, so that's absolutely fine. We will then move on to the next batch of written statements, or video of the written statements, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will now read approximately 10 statements, and then there will be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Emma Leith. I really don't agree with the airport expansion because I live on Campbell Road, Eastleigh, which is on the airport flight path, and I feel it won't be any good for the environment. You only have to look at how black it makes the outside of the properties, and also the noise pollution. And because I live in a housing association property, I will not get the help with the extra soundproofing grant, which I feel is very unfair. I feel we shouldn't have the airport expansion. I agree with Southampton City Council. Here is a statement from Liz Batten. Lengthening the runway to allow more of the bigger jets to use Southampton is so bad on so many fronts that I cannot imagine why it is even being contemplated, just to make it easier for people to have foreign holidays. I have lived under the flight path since 1999, and I'm used to the Dash 8s doing their regular runs. The time when the noise stops my daily life is when the summertime charter jets take off to the south. I'm not even in the highest noise category according to the map, and yet the noise is unbearable. Conversation is impossible. I can't hear the radio or TV, and outdoor enjoyment is spoiled. This all will get much worse if the development goes ahead, and I can't imagine how bad it is for those in the highest noise categories, or how dreadful it must be for children trying to learn in the schools under the flight path. The airport is telling us that it will go out of business without longer runway. Perhaps they should have thought of that when they allowed themselves to become so dependent on a single airline, Flybe. No business has the right to cause harm to so many local people for what is a relatively small amount of economic benefit. In terms of people affected by noise, Southampton is one of the worst in the country, worse than Gatwick, whose passengers it hopes to attract. We will have extra air pollution, both from the flights themselves and from the extra traffic, including in areas that already have poor air quality. So I urge you to refuse permission for extra car parking spaces to encourage genuine attempts to get more people using public transport rather than driving. The environmental assessment doesn't mention ultrafine particles, PM1, which are even worse for health than PM2.5 and PM10s, as they go deeper into the lungs. These particles have been found as far as 11 miles from Heathrow, so there is no doubt that they will be affecting people like the Southampton's flight path. The airport's 2019 survey of attitudes to the proposal showed that support came mainly from people who live outside the area and therefore aren't affected by all the downsides. It is time we put the health and well-being of our local communities before unverifiable promises of jobs and economic gain. Here is a statement from John Cochrane. I just sent you an email about Southampton Airport with a bigger runway. It should be turned down because Southampton cannot take bigger aircraft, B737s or Airbuses. When you stand on top of the car park and look across the runway, and you look left, you've got a railway yard and train service from Eastleigh to Portsmouth. And at the other end, you've got a motorway. You should keep Southampton Airport the same. I also got friends at Eastleigh Railway who work there. Please, can you turn the Southampton Airport down? Here is a statement from Jeff Giddings. I live in Chandler's-Ford and need to express my concern regarding the impact of the planned expansion of Southampton Airport. The latest amendments to the proposal will in no way mitigate the adverse impacts onto Chandler's-Ford residents or to the surrounding areas. Allowing full-size commercial jets to use the airport is completely different to the planes that have used the airport to date. In addition, the significant increase in flight numbers has not been fully appreciated. This will have significant adverse impacts in terms of noise and air pollution, and the planning application appears to be using anticipated and unproven economic benefits to override all other considerations. If the proposal goes ahead, it will impact local residents for decades to come, and I would also point out that many residents do not fully appreciate the implications of what is being proposed here due to the low-key way the development has been presented. It is also very hard to see how this meets with the UK's climate change obligations. I'm grateful that Southampton City Council still opposed the application and clearly put the well-being of their residents first. Hopefully they will have the resources to mount a legal challenge if the proposal is approved. Thanks for the opportunity to express my views. Here is a statement from Sophie Boxall. The UK is hosting the COP26 Climate Summit in November. Councillors, planning officers and government ministers will have an ethical responsibility to prevent the expansion of polluting industries for future growth of our economy. This is a more than local decision. It is a global one that will impact climate change. If you won't listen to me as a resident of Eastleigh Borough, would you please heed the following experts in the field? Mark Carney, previously Bank of England governor, said, when you look at climate change from a human mortality perspective, it will be the equivalent of a coronavirus crisis every year from the middle of this century and every year, not just a one-off event. So it is an issue that needs to be addressed now. Chairman of the government's Climate Change Committee, Lord Debon, said that the decision regarding Cumbria's coal mine highlights the critical importance of local councillors and the planning authorities considering the implications of their decision on climate targets. Improving air quality needs to be at the core of the UK's post-pandemic rebuild, says members of the House of Commons committee that focuses on environmental issues. Sir David Attenborough said that we have the capacity and the knowledge to stop damage we are doing. But what we don't have is time. We all have a responsibility to reduce our carbon footprints. The survival of humanity and our fellow creatures on Earth depends on it. With regard to air pollution, Chief Executive James Thornton of Client Earth, the environmental campaign group that has led the successive legal challenges against the government's air quality plans, has said that of the proposed Heathrow airport expansion, the UK government is already failing to meet legal limits for harmful air pollution, so expansion looks very tough under those circumstances. Ministers should be doing everything they can to comply with air pollution laws to protect people's health before even considering adding to the problem. It is also very difficult to see how this could be done given the UK's climate commitments. Air pollution is a major health issue in the UK, said Dr. Nick Hopkinson, Medical Director of the British Lung Foundation. He estimates that between 30,000 and 40,000 premature deaths each year are caused by exposure to toxic air. Air pollution also increases the chances of a person developing lung cancer and cardiovascular disease, and may be associated with cognitive decline, including dementia. The CPRE, the Countryside Charity, report Flight Blight, the social and environmental cost of aviation expansion, says that research shows that aircraft noise is more annoying than road or rail noise, and that we are becoming increasingly sensitive to it. For many people, it is not just a minor annoyance. Noise has been linked to serious health issues such as cardiovascular disease, depression, and anxiety and disturbed sleep. I'm not against all flight travel. Travel broadens the mind, but we should be looking at how to reduce the number of flights, not expanding the choice and convenience, which encourages us to fly more. The climate crisis is real. People need jobs, but jobs need to be developed in sectors which are sustainable. I sincerely hope that Eastleigh Borough Council will live up to its strapline, tackling climate change, and refuse permission. Here is a statement from Eric and Dorothy Hallett. Obviously, any extension to the airport is solely for the purpose of larger aircraft being introduced. Larger aircraft result in huge increases in noise pollution that will have a tremendous impact on the health and well-being of those living within the flight paths and surrounding regions. It also includes the higher points of Southampton and its neighbouring areas. Payments are being suggested to households within certain areas in order to enhance double glazing and soundproofing, etc. This alone is an admittance that the frightful increase in already unacceptable noise levels is unavoidable for those living within the flight path and its surrounding areas. However, there is of course no possible way to prevent the unacceptable levels of noise impacting on people wishing to enjoy their homes and gardens, or when opening their windows for air which undoubtedly will become far more polluted. Neither, it seems, has any thought been given to the audio damage to people of all ages, especially the very young, by the increase in noise levels, or to the impact of noise upon teaching at nearby schools. Noise pollution is also known to cause additional burdens to those with mental health issues. A key passage in an academic's letter submitted to the Southampton City Council recently asserts that additional carbon emissions caused by airport expansion would quickly exceed the total carbon produced by the entire Eastleigh area by 160%, and by 2032, the effect. And by 2032, the effect of the extra emissions would be the equivalent of adding a town of 98,000 people. Their conclusion was that the magnitude of these climate impacts threatened to dwarf any climate mitigation efforts by Eastleigh Borough Council. According to the airport's own projections, future carbon emissions will rise on average by 350,000 tonnes per year. This is exacerbating the climate crisis considerably. The effect of air pollution from aircraft is already known to have serious effects on those with any form of respiratory disease. The increased levels of air pollution will have substantial impact on the long-term physical health of people struggling with asthma, COPD, chronic bronchitis, emphysema, lung cancer, cystic fibrosis, pneumonia, pleural effusion, etc., together with those suffering ongoing effects of COVID-19. This in turn would result in an increased strain on the NHS. There is already an airport in Bournemouth capable of handling large aircraft, with minimal impact on its neighbourhood, plus the major airports of Heathrow and Gatwick are all within easy reach. To contemplate adding to the problems of air pollution and noise pollution with no real regard to the health of residents living in the vicinity of Eastleigh International Airport or to the future health of the planet is irresponsible. Therefore, everything submitted by the Managing Director of Southampton Airport undeniably fails to acknowledge the immense environmental and social impact upon the residents of all areas of Eastleigh, plus its surrounding neighbourhoods. Here is a statement from Tony Jones, a Bristol resident. Sixth carbon budget in December 2020 from the Climate Change Committee, the body charged with providing official advice to the government on climate policy and practice, clearly demonstrates that any airport expansion at this time cannot be granted because it would invalidate the UK's legally binding climate targets. The CCC's sixth carbon budget includes very detailed emission targets for aviation. Emissions from aviation are now a significant 7% of the UK total. To meet the UK's net zero carbon requirements for aviation, even allowing for this public sector to, this particular sector to have a significant proportion of its emissions offset or carbon captured by 2050, the CCC proposes a strict limitation on the growth in passenger numbers and no net airport expansion. Given this, it is perfectly reasonable for the planning authority to take into account the impact that any expansion would have on climate targets. Indeed, a letter to Robert Jenrick from the CCC of the 29th of January 2021 stresses the critical importance of local councillors and planning authorities considering fully the implications of their decisions on climate targets. In the sixth carbon budget, specific climate targets are given for aviation. By 2050, UK aviation passenger numbers to be only 25% higher than 2018 passenger numbers. This 25% expansion in passenger numbers to begin only around the mid-2030s as a transition to sustainable aviation fuels SAF becomes viable at scale and not beforehand. The rate of expansion of passenger numbers to match the rate of emissions reductions resulting from the introductions of SAF. As a way of, and thirdly, as a way of managing demand levels, a blanket no net airport expansion. The CCC says that this 25% increase can only happen slowly, with passenger numbers being held at 2018 levels for quite some years. In another recent letter, Robert Jenrick cites the CCC's sixth carbon budget as a material factor in his decision to call in the planning application for a new deep coal mine in Cumbria. In conclusion, this latest report from the CCC provides local planning authorities with a way forward on the issue of airport expansion in the absence of national government strategic guidance on the future size of UK airports. By erring on the side of caution and not permitting airport expansion, lest it should break climate targets, local councillors would be seen as adopting the only reasonable course of action. Here is a statement by David Rose. I wish to object to this application. My comments are as follows. The extension would allow existing aircraft to carry more fuel and passengers and thus increase the noise generated. The extension would allow bigger, more powerful aircraft to use the airport. The existing noise levels are already not acceptable. The existing pollution levels are not acceptable. We estimate some 10,000 people are already subjected to noise and pollution from the existing runway. Most of the existing flight movements, estimated at 70%, take place to the south of the airport and at very low altitudes. Southampton is already one of the most polluted cities outside London. May I suggest that if Eastleigh wants an airport, it should consider realigning the runway to an approximate east-west direction along the river valley, instead of the current north-south over the polluted areas, over the populated areas. Here is a statement from Andrew and Susie Moody. We, as residents, do not support the expansion of the airport. Not only has there been no convincing evidence of economic benefit to the area, but the negative impact of further development is well documented on several accounts. It is quite shocking that this proposal is still being considered despite the range of expert evidence that has been submitted detailing the negative effects this proposal would have. Namely, number one, increased air pollution in a region that already has poor air quality. This has a significant impact on life expectancy and already been associated with child fatalities. This airport has far more people living in the flight path than other local airports, and therefore they have an added duty to ensure the health and safety of the residents. Number two, increased noise pollution. Suggesting triple glazing as a remedy displays an arrogance and dismissal of local residents that is astounding. We have had nearly a year of enforced lockdown due to COVID-19, and nobody wants to stay at home with all of the windows shut anymore. Our physical and mental health requires that we will be able to enjoy outdoor space, both gardens and the extensive parkland area that are directly affected by the airport, without the additional noise and the air pollution that these plans would cause. Number three, both noise and air pollution are very damaging to the local environment and wildlife, neither of which is replaceable. The Itchen Valley Mile Hill Copse, these are currently sanctuaries for a wonderful biodiversity of life in an increasingly tarmac-covered region. Increasing noise and reduction in air quality generated by this development will negatively impact the health and the longevity of these areas. These hugely negative impacts are not mitigated by any of the plans the airport management have submitted. Our recovery from the economic impact of COVID-19 is supposed to be working towards a greener and cleaner city. The expansion of the airport totally contradicts these aims and offers no benefit to the people whose health and well-being are most at risk of the multiple negative impacts this expansion will have. We do not need a bigger airport. London and Bournemouth are easily accessible. We do need to ensure all developments are made with our children's health and welfare and those of future generations in mind. Here is a statement from Peter Howell. I strongly object to the proposal by Southampton International Airport to extend the runway at Southampton Airport. As a resident of Southampton Bitton Park, living directly under the flight path, the noise of the plane's pre-COVID-19 impact was just about tolerable, albeit still a significant intrusion. Any increase to the flight frequency, size of aircraft, operational times, or combination of all would make living in Bitton Park intolerable. Dr. Malcolm Hudson of the University of Southampton confirmed that the environmental impact studies undertaken are fundamentally flawed, having failed to take full account of the negative noise and traffic impacts which will be caused by the expansion. Other environmental experts at the university state that the noise levels will vastly exceed the levels set by government's aviation policy framework, i.e. the noise levels will increase to that which is in excess of what is healthy to live under. That such an application is being entertained where the data upon which it is based upon is undoubtedly flawed shows an utter contempt for the residents who will be affected by this. There has been absolutely no visible confirmed mitigation plans offered forwards to residents which can credibly minimise the impact of this airport's expansion. Specifically concerning what will be a massively increased noise level, the simple fact is the true impact of this proposal will only become visible to residents once the change has taken place. Unfortunately, once the change has taken place, regardless of the noise impact, residents will be left with no choice other than to just live and put up with the problem, as the situation by then will be irreversible. It is astounding that decisions on a runway extension to an airport situated in Eastleigh, which will have such a fundamental impact on the quality of life to residents upon Southampton, residents sit completely within the control of and are being made by a borough council representing residents who will be affected the least by the proposed change. I'm not aware of any flights which actually pass directly over Eastleigh town centre itself due to NPR. If all the flight paths were changed to flights passing directly over the top of Eastleigh's residence, as they should be, then I'm 100% sure that there would be a strong opposition to this proposed change from Eastleigh's residents. Driving on the side of the city and onto the M27 is difficult enough. The idea of now doing something that will attract even more cars towards that stretch of the motorway and the motorway junction 5 is absurd. I note that aside from expanding the parking, there are no clear plans to deal with this vast increase in traffic. It is completely irresponsible, especially at a time when everyone is aware that Southampton has a major traffic flow and air pollution problem that needs to be addressed, to then purposefully do something to make this problem even worse. Finally, I would like to remind Eastleigh Borough Council that on the 18th of July 2019, it unanimously declared a climate change and environmental emergency. Additionally, the Council has stated that it's committed to recognise the urgency of action to mitigate and adapt to climate change in every decision taken by the Council. The mere fact that this particular proposal continues to be considered by the Council for progression and that it has now received recommendation for planning approval is a clear disclosure that the Council does in fact hold a total and comprehensive disregard concerning climate change. And finally, here's a statement from Phil Pike. This application will also affect people of the Isle of Wight, specifically from noise pollution caused by more planes. COVID has highlighted this. It's wonderfully quiet now. I would therefore like to see an operational condition placed on the operators to ensure that when planes cross the Isle of Wight, they must do so at a height that eliminates noise at ground level. I have no idea how to say this in technical speak, so would just ask you to seek expertise to write such a condition. I would point out that I've flown from Southampton to Glasgow, and the approach to the latter is like a sticker attack. If they can, so can Southampton. I will pause there, Chair, in case there are any questions or points of clarification.
Okay, councillors, do you have any questions that you would like to ask, or is there anything that you would wish to be clarified at this stage? Councillor Bicknell has indicated he would like to speak. Councillor Bicknell?
Thank you, Chair. Got excuse me, about 4 questions, either questions or points of clarity. The first one was from the resident in Campbell Road. I'm sadly I was unable to get the person's name because everything comes so thick and fast. My shorthand is not quick enough to get all the detail. But it was suggested that because this particular resident lived in a housing association house, that she wouldn't be entitled to compensation. So I'd like that clarified, that if she would. And then I also perhaps like some clarification on the statement that said about the emissions from the airport being more than the entire borough. Once again, I wasn't able to write down all the fine points of that. Clarity on whether there will actually be larger and bigger aircraft using the airport, as has been suggested in those last 10 statements. And also, again, because it's been picked up a number of times, perhaps some clarity on the coming out of lockdown and the noise and that will be generated. So it's a question of when, if this is granted and the runway extension was completed, when it would actually be in operation. And I think that's it on those. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I've also got a couple of other councillors who want to ask some questions. So I think we might, I'm getting a bit of an echo here. Andy, perhaps if you can answer Paul's and then we'll go to other councillors afterwards.
Yes, of course, Chair. The first question in terms of the noise insulation policy and the resident in Campbell Road, fearful that it wouldn't apply to her property because she's in a housing association property, is not the case. any property that falls within those noise contours would be entitled to the insulation. And as part of the efforts that the airport will be expected to make, it is to identify where there are housing associated properties and make direct contact not only with the homeowner but also to the housing association themselves. So we can assure you that any property is entitled to that noise insulation grant. There was a couple of questions which I will pass on to colleagues to deal with, but the final question that Councillor Bicknell asked was around coming out of lockdown and the increase in noise as a result of that and timescales. Just worth repeating that the noise assessments that have been undertaken, including the baseline figures, exclude the noise levels at this moment in time, because we're looking at considerably fewer planes than the airport would operate at once the impact of the pandemic cease. And the forecast from a number of people is that we will get back to what would be normal conditions for the airports by about 2024. So that's when they would return back to the forecasts which we've got within the baseline figures. And then off of that, the future impacts have been cast up to 2033, 2037. Apologies, Councillor Bicknell, I did miss your third question, which you were asking for clarity on. Maybe you could just repeat that for me, please.
Yes, in that series of questions and statements, I picked up the fact that bigger and larger aircraft are going to be using the airport than are currently, and just asked for clarity if that is actually going to be the case.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Yes, is in short is the answer. The airport have submitted a future fleet mix based on the runway extension, and Flybe operated a smaller plane at less than 100 seats, and the future mix favours larger planes, particularly around Airbuses, so there would be more passengers on each plane, so they would be bigger planes. There was a question that I will pass over to the Climate Change Manager, Andy Brennan, which was around the emissions from the airport far outweighing the total borough emissions at the moment. And I know there are numbers within the Climate Change Emergency Action Plan. And I think it's probably better if Andy, as the Climate Change Manager, could respond to that particular point. Thank you.
Okay, Andy, are you ready to answer that specific point, please, around the carbon emissions from the airport with its existing emissions and those of the proposed new development? Would that then equate to the same amount of emissions from basically the whole of the borough?
No, that's not the case. The emissions for the borough sit around 630 kilotons of carbon. So depending on the year you look at, somewhere around 600 kilotons of carbon. The emissions associated with the whole operation of the airport, so that's including the flights, are 370 kilotons of carbon. So they are not far off 50-60% less. Okay,
thank you for that. So I'd just like to clarify myself a point, because I don't think that was clear in the report. So what you're saying is the 370,000 tonnes of emissions, that is including any sort of baseline plus the additional emissions for growing the airport up to 3 million passengers.
Yeah, that 370,000 tonnes are the average emissions per year from the development of the project. So over the lifetime, it's going to be responsible for just over 44 million tonnes, and the lifetime's classed as 120 years. So the but that is looking at the emissions from aircraft taking off and landing. The emissions from just the development itself are a lot smaller. I think they're sitting at around 1.2 kilotons over their average lifespan per year.
Sorry, yeah, I understand that. The bit that I was trying to clarify, I think in various points of the report, it was written in such a way that the 370,000 or 370 KT, whichever way you want to put it, was for the expansion of the flights. But there was obviously already a certain degree of the baseline. So what it was or what it would be if we did not, we didn't give permission. But you're saying that 370,000 includes what the baseline would be, plus it includes any additional flights that would come if planning permission was granted. Is that correct? Because it's quite an important point, so I just want to make sure we're all clear on it.
That was my understanding of it. It may be one that we want to put to the applicant later on to clarify on that. But in the report, it talks about the construction emissions and the operational emissions collectively expected to be just over 44 million tonnes. So, but I think it is a point to clarify with the applicants because they run the methodology.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm sure somebody will be beavering away in the background to just get me that clarification point. So I just need to try and scroll back to see who wanted to speak. Sarah, I'm a bit sorry, Councillor Tyson-Payne, to be formal. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was going to mention this question later, but as noise has come up quite a lot, I'm going to ask it now. I note that in your earlier presentation, Andy, you showed us the noise baseline contour maps. Do you have those maps with them having the same scale on each map? Because currently, unless you showed us something different to what's in our pack, in our pack, the scale is different between the two, which confuses what it's actually saying in the map. So I just wonder if you have an alternative of those two maps in the same scale. Thank you very much.
Andy, do you want to respond at this stage?
Yes. Yes, I will come back on that. In short, the answer is no. The plans are produced at that scale, and they do vary, which was why when I was showing the plans in my presentation, I was keen to point out landmarks so we could see the difference, because at first glancing they look very similar if you take them as an A4 plan or an A3 plan. I'm more than happy to bring that back up on the screen if it would help to explain it, but you may recall that I explained it went from up to as far as Shawford for the 51 dB contour, which currently it sits a few kilometres south of that. And in terms of looking south, the 51 dB contour came to the south of Bitton Park, but actually under the new proposal with the air traffic movements scaled for 3 million passengers, that would go significantly further south and across to sort of the Newtown part of Southampton. Width-wise, it doesn't alter significantly. There is a widening of the noise contours, but it doesn't go in the same proportionately. It doesn't increase by the same proportionate width-wise as it does north and south, and that's because of the flight patterns of the planes. So the noise is affected over the flight path, and it doesn't spread out in a circular fashion. But if members wanted to see those plans, I can always bring them back up on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andy. Councillor Bourne did have a question, but he's withdrawn it, as did Councillor Irish, which takes us to a question from Councillor Clark, please.
Okay, really, it's just to request greater clarification for the benefit of the public, really, because many residents have raised the climate emergency and are very concerned about it. And EBC, along with lots of other councils, have declared a climate emergency. And like those other councils, quite severe words were used. And, you know, people were put under the impression that every decision of the council would be taken in light of the climate emergency. Now, I recognise that, you know, planning decisions are different to the other types of decisions we take at the council, but could officers elaborate on why the climate emergency declaration seems to carry less weight than I think the public perception of the weight is? You know, because many members of the public think that this is a really serious consideration that overrides all others, but as the officer's recommendation has indicated to us, it is just one material consideration to be considered with many others in this balancing process. So could officers elaborate for the benefit of the public on why the declaration of climate emergency only carries this weight, which I think is significantly less than the public perception of its weight?
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Clark. And I believe that would be a question for you, Andy Brennan, this time. I think we're having a problem there that people aren't actually able to hear you, Andy.
Oh, well,
So
that'll work, won't it? Sorry about that.
That's better. Yeah, if you could say your answer again, please, we'd be very grateful.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, so the declaration of a climate emergency by Eastleigh Borough Council is a policy statement, and it's accompanied with a strategy. And as the public have mentioned, there's some overall objectives and aims around reducing carbon emissions in line with the Paris Agreement. It's a policy statement, it doesn't form part of the local plan, so it doesn't fall into planning law. So therefore, as part of this planning application, it's a material consideration, but it's not part of the local plan. And for wider information for the public, the local plan is, along with national planning policies, is what the application is judged against. I say it's not to say that we ignore the emergency declaration, but it's only a material consideration.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. We are now going to Councillor Doogie, who has a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, and now we can see you, or I can see you.
Thank you. It was just a clarity on noise and also on emissions from the roads. I just wanted to know a bit more clarification on whether a study was done post-pandemic potentially as to what sort of impact it will have on residents closer to the development site going forward once the development has been done. So whether the study's been done to take into consideration the pandemic, the reopening of businesses and normal life post-pandemic.
Okay. Andy, who are you going to answer that one, or would you like one of your colleagues to answer?
Sue will come back on that one for you, Chair.
Okay, Sue, over to you.
Thank you. On this one, as I think Andy explained in the introduction, that they haven't actually assessed the pandemic. What they've assessed is the cessation of Flybe being able to operate from, as they've stopped trading, and so the second environmental statement addendum, or ESA2, uses a current and future baseline 2020 without development, which is also the 2033 without development, and so it makes that comparison across that for noise. I'm not sure if that answers the question that's being asked, but there isn't anything specific that looks at the pandemic, because that was seen as a temporary experience or set of circumstances. But the the change that's occurred because of the Flybe going into administration has been assessed. What that ends up with is if you compare what we had as a 2016 baseline in the first addendum with what we've got in this second addendum, the impacts, whilst the overall impacts are the same, the increase or the change is slightly greater for both noise and air quality because of that reduced level of activity at the airport today.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Sue. And I think I've got Councillor Tyson Payne. I think she's saying she wants to respond. No, she's she's okay. So as the time is 1 o'clock, what we're actually going to do at this stage is pause and take the lunch break, and then we will return in 3/4 of an hour to hear the next set of objections. So we'll be returning at around just gone 1:45. Thank you. Sorry, just for clarification for councillors, you need to actually stay in this session because we haven't finished with the objections yet. We've got quite a bit longer to go on those. So you just need to put your cameras, turn your cameras off, and also make sure that you have muted your microphone. But we will be staying in this session and we will be returning starting again at about 1:45. Thank you. So welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nice lunch. So we are going to be continuing now with our section where we're hearing from people who have written in to the council with an objection. I see that Councillor Bicknell wanted to speak. Councillor Bicknell?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to get in before you started. I just wanted to go back to, with reference to our last session and the questions that were asked, and I just wanted to go back to Andy for clarification on the answer he gave me with reference to the aircraft that are using the site. So I just wanted to see clarification that on the no larger aircraft will actually be using the airports. Given the fact that having in this break had a look at the fleet mix of what used to use the airport and what is proposed, and noting that A320s have already used Southampton Airport and are in the fleet mix for future operations, then if he, perhaps if you could just sort of clarify that, because actually, from what I can see, we've already had those aircraft use the airport, and therefore there are no larger aircraft that are going to be using the airport, albeit obviously there will be more of them in the future. So it's just a clarification on that, larger aircraft, please. Thank you.
Okay, can I think we have an additional clarification as well, but we will firstly go to Andy Granfield, who I'm sure will be happy to respond to that point. Councillor Bicknell.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Bicknell's right in terms of the information there. The A320s have used the site in the past, and when you look at 11.2, Appendix 11.2 of the Environmental Statement, Appendices 2, it does break down the fleet mix in there, which would show a significant increase in the number of A320s using the site, and the decrease in the -8s, which are the much smaller ones, such that they would become 0, and the A320s, based on forecast growth on a daily basis, we would see excuse me, a sort of 40 to 50% increase in the number of those using the site. So it's correct, they are already using it, but it would be the frequency that they use it which changes. We do also have an update on the carbon emissions, that there was a question which we said we'd come back on the 370 kilotons of carbon emissions. We can confirm that 370 is for the development itself, for the extension and the additionality, and actually the total is around about 600 kilotons of CO2 emissions. So that hopefully clears that point up as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andy. Before we go to the next block of those written statements, which we will see read out in a video, I just want to check with Councillor Doogie, who at the very end of the last session asked to speak, but I'd closed the session by then, so I just wanted to follow up with him. Do you need to speak, Councillor Doogie?
No, it was just on proceeding. I just wanted to know about clarity in terms of if we ask a question and we want to follow up. Is it a case we just go in and follow up with the officer in question, or do we wait for you to give us the go ahead, or do we go back in the line?
I would appreciate it if you always use the chat.
Okay, cool. So that means we'll go back in the line.
Yeah, indeed.
That's fine.
So we are going to go back to the video, and so can I ask for the next block to be shown, please?
Thank you, Chair. I will now read approximately 10 statements, and then there will be a pause for questions or points of clarification. Here is a statement from Michael Bolton. I find it very hard to understand why the extension is needed in light of climate control, wildlife on the decline and everyone's physical and mental health. There can only be one reason: financial. Both Bournemouth and Leon Solent already have runways large enough to facilitate larger planes. I live under the flight path, so house prices will more than likely drop. Who wants to live with increased air pollution and more noise? So I'm strongly against this. Here is a statement from Philip Heath. I have sent previous emails to Southampton International Airport complaining about noise and pollution. Like many others living in Bitton Park, they directly impact the enjoyment of my home and life. Because of the SO18 topography, we are some 50 metres higher than the runway and only 1.2 miles away, hence very low flying directly over our homes as they try to gain altitude at my estimation of 60 metres. Is this allowed under CAA rules? The noise from this low flying when inside with window shut swamps media and phone conversation. This is an empirical truth that if in my home you will know. I have asked the airport for a simple DB or sound level recording device inside my home so that SIA can know and may collate this data to everyone's advantage. They will not do this because, as I was told, they do not have to. In their concern and to make the impact of noise more bearable for me, they sent a link to get better TV and radio reception. Seems we are just part of a noise contour map, which makes all okay. Reading their spin on the expansion plans, a longer runway, larger aircraft, larger car parking and more cars coming to Southampton will make for less pollution. What nonsense. Please look at this airport on Google Earth and see how wrong this location and runway orientation is for 2021 and for its planned expansion in our poorly World Health Organization rated Green City Charter. Hopefully the council will be forward thinking and allow the airport to future-proof itself by adopting renewable energy sources in readiness for electric flight, which is in part here now, but will be viable in 15 to 20 years. Here is a statement from Ian Lewis. The committee must respect Eastleigh Borough Council's green ambitions. It is noticed that the application by Southampton International Airport has been resubmitted with regards to environmental concerns. The aim of this plan is simple, to increase flight numbers with bigger aircraft. It follows that the local environment and population will suffer the consequences of more noise, more air pollution from aircraft, more vehicle movements, more vehicular pollution and more congestion. Quieter and cleaner vehicles do not reduce congestion and are a decade away in impact. These obvious points must be the main reference in line with EBC's commitment to become carbon neutral by 2025 and make this a priority in every decision. Taking environmental concerns seriously must sometimes result in refusal, not just mitigation activity or a redefinition of the problem. Any increase in traffic flow will add to the already inadequate road infrastructure to the north and east of the site where significant housing projects are underway or planned. Note that no improvements to Station Hill junctions are deemed necessary. These already operate at overcapacity. Is this being considered in conjunction with major housing developments? It is noted that no consideration has been given to the use of B3037 in the access and construction plan. The road is already congested and overused by HGVs, especially bulk carriers. These are real existing problems. What assurances can be offered? Will all the materials arrive via the M27? Is the modelling of this construction element realistic? Southampton Airport has long operated a failed business model. With regard to holiday travel, Airport has historically offered a range of short flights to a limited range of destinations, and this is a key rationale and they're seeking to change. However, their pricing and scheduling could not serve the needs of potential clients. It was cheaper to drive to Bournemouth, Gatwick or even Luton to park and fly than to use Southampton. Admittedly, a longer runway will extend the range and diversity on offer, but most significantly, will it reduce its prices, flight and parking? People within 30 miles of the airport will still have a short trip to an alternative airport. Is the population locally large enough to service a profit at SIA? With holidays of a week or more, people are willing to put themselves out of it within the UK to reduce overall costs, a key determining factor in choice of departure point. Could SIA survive as a short-haul, short-stay specialist service with limited longer haul and attract clients from other airports? It failed at this before because it couldn't compete on price. There are many European destinations within reach to which they did not fly. Why not? This would increase passenger traffic. With regards to business travel, online and in the future, holographic conferencing will significantly reduce demand for expensive business trips. SIA is chasing a historic pattern, one that was not profitable before and surely cannot be so in the future. If the business flight is that important, the schedule is the determinant for that to be flexible. You need a really busy airport and not necessarily bigger planes. This proposal is obsolete. Most planning was done when there were different ways of doing business and holidaying, pre-COVID and pre-Flybe. It exists now as a vanity project. Who will pay the price of the disappointment when it fails? Surely the most sensible option is to defer and request a resubmission in 5 years' time when growth patterns in aviation, technological developments, post-COVID aftershock impacts can all be accurately assessed by SIA and EBC, balanced with the impact of local housing and infrastructure developments. To approve it will be a risk for both the local community and the airport. Here is a statement from Rachel O'Brien. I've lived on Desmond Road at the end nearest the airport for the last 4 years. I've objected to this expansion every time new information has come forward, and I now laugh when I enter Eastleigh and see our tackling climate change signs. This planning application has been going for years. Are we actually tackling climate change if we haven't said no already? This point may seem trivial to some who do not live as close to the airport, but it is almost already impossible to hold a conversation in our gardens when a plane is taxiing, taking off and or landing, even in the really small planes allowed. As I write this, I've lost count of the amount of times I've heard the same small plane almost land and then begin circling again. Maybe locals will know the one I mean. The offer of a contribution to better glazing does not help when we want to enjoy our gardens in the summer, something that is vital to our mental health, especially when they are currently our only sanctuary. It also doesn't help when we need to have the funds to pay for the remainder, which many people in our borough would not be able to do. The current traffic situation around Eastleigh is already bad. It's been eased due to the pandemic, but with the return of some normality and an airport expansion, it would worsen the air quality even more. We already live within the triangle of a motorway, a rail line and an airport, which creates lots of noise and light pollution. The main sticking point for me is that Eastleigh Borough Council declared a climate emergency. Air travel is horrendous for our environment and has a huge impact on our carbon footprint. How can that be ignored? How can profits be put before our planet when we've made a stance to protect it? And how can the health of our residents be an afterthought? My asthma has worsened since moving to Eastleigh, which also made coronavirus scarier. I'd very much like it not to get worse, and I'm positive I'm not the only person in that situation. I foresee residents having to wear masks long after the pandemic is over due to poor air quality. I do not believe that the airport will have to close without this expansion. I believe this to be a bullying scare tactic by a money-hungry company trying to get their way. COVID has hit every single business, and this cannot be used as a reason to allow the expansion. The news reports I've read on the airport's current struggles casually seem to ignore COVID being a major factor in the lack of flights being taken this past year. If this airport expansion goes ahead, how can we have faith that our own council will act on climate change in the future? How can we believe it's not just empty promises? We cannot recycle our way out of this problem. We need big changes, and that starts with saying no to allowing bigger planes to pollute our air. Here is a statement from Wendy Hodgson. This planning application should be turned down on environmental and noise grounds. It is predicted that an additional 14,000 people will be exposed to noise levels above the LOAEL level, the level at which adverse effects on health and quality of life can be detected. This includes flights between 6 and 7 AM, which impact sleep patterns. Due to the location of Southampton Airport with flight paths running over an urban area, this is a much higher level of noise exposure than would result from increasing the number of flights from other local airports in the area. Emissions from planes increased by 32% between 2013 and 2018, according to a study by the International Council on Clean Transportation. This application will further increase the emissions from aviation. It contains no attempt to offset these increased carbon emissions. Climate change is already responsible for 300,000 deaths a year and is affecting 300 million people, according to a report commissioned by the Global Humanitarian Forum. The Paris Climate Change Agreement target sets out to keep global temperature rises well above 2 degrees centigrade and pursuing 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. At current rates, according to one project tracking carbon emissions, we have less than 7 years for the world to become carbon neutral in order to meet the 1.5 degrees centigrade target. If we exceed the 1.5 degree target by just 0.5 degrees C, scientists predict that 61 million additional people will be exposed to severe drought, 184 to 270 million additional people will be exposed to water scarcity, 10.4 million additional people will be exposed to coastal flooding, beach erosion, salinisation of water supplies and other risks relating to seawater rises. There will be an increase in vector-borne diseases, more people will die in heat-related deaths. Heat waves, floods, storms and forest fires will become increasingly severe. Pollinating insects will have significantly reduced geographical ranges. Yields for cereal crops such as maize, rice and wheat will reduce. Rice and wheat will be less nutritious. 7 to 10% of rangeland livestock will be lost at about 2 degrees C warming. Increases in ocean temperature and acidity and decreases in oxygen levels will pose significant risks to fisheries. 1.5 to 2.5 million square kilometres of frozen permafrost will thaw, releasing further carbon into the atmosphere, accelerating global warming. Eastleigh Borough Council has clearly understood the importance of meeting the 1.5 degrees C target and have declared a climate change emergency. Turning down this application will help us limit climate change and avoid the very bleak worst case scenarios. Here is a statement from Jocelyn Lawrence. I'm asking you not to allow the airport extension. Society is changing very quickly, even faster than we thought 1 year ago. A lot of experience working from home and having Zoom meetings. A lot of people will not want to go back to the time-wasting travelling they did before COVID. Has this been taken into consideration? More and more houses are being built in and around Eastleigh, more people, more cars, more pollution. This is difficult to avoid in a growing population, but you are ready and willingly add to a deadly kind of unnecessary pollution by increasing the number of flights and larger planes. Has this been discussed? Apparently the airport would generate an extra £240 million for the local economy by 2037. Really? How is this going to happen? Where can we find the details about this gain? And in the meantime, still no VAT on tickets and subsidised fuel. A lot of people will still want to travel to Heathrow or Gatwick, need to improve public transport links to these two airports. And lastly, local people will not be protected from the noise and pollution created by planes and extra cars, especially when they're outside their gardens or walking or cycling. Why should they suffer? I will stop here, but could add a lot of distressing arguments. We need to help creating a better, safer, cleaner future. Times are changing. Don't be dinosaurs. Here is a statement from Johnny Dello. I'm a resident of St Denis and wish to uphold my previous objection to the Southampton airport expansion. The larger planes cannot fail to cause more pollution, noise and alter the function of the airport to be more than regional airport. Already noise and pollution for this airport are above national levels per passenger travelling. Expansion goes against the fly less agenda needed to tackle climate change. The mitigation measures and compensation added to try and push this through go nowhere towards having an impact for the majority of us who will be affected. Here is a statement from Julia Lurie. I find the planning application at Southampton Airport have submitted somewhat incongruous. They identify a large job creation programme at the same time as they have made staff redundant. The airport haven't worked with their partners Swissport to support their staff on a furlough scheme, they just made them redundant. You only have to walk through Mile Hill Copse to see butchered trees and graffiti sprayed on hundreds of trees. This is described as protecting an ancient woodland. The reality is they only want to protect their flight paths from tall trees being a safety concern. This is what we see as the airport applying for permission, what happens after they're granted planning permission. There isn't much evidence that long-term care of staff, the environment and people who live near the airport has taken place so far. Here is a statement prepared by Bournemouth International Airport Limited. Bournemouth Airport first raised questions about its proposal in January last year. At that stage, we did not object. Rather, we identified several points that we considered needed to be addressed for the application to be fully and fairly assessed, and indicated that unless they were addressed, we might need to object. The points we raised were not attended to, and so we formally objected to the proposals in July 2020. Following this, each time the applicant submitted additional information in support of the proposal, we reviewed it to see if it tackled our concerns, but at no stage were the issues acknowledged, much less dealt with. Accordingly, we submitted further objections in October 2020 and February 2021. Again, we can see no evidence that our points have been addressed. Our concern is not complicated. Rather, it simply arises from the fact that the case made for an extension to the runway at Southampton Airport completely disregards the presence of Bournemouth Airport and the measurable effects that must inevitably have. In reaching a decision today, you're being asked to attach positive weight to matters including the role of Southampton Airport in providing a service and regional connectivity, accommodating new services, drawing passenger traffic back to the area, creating jobs and attracting investment. You're being asked to attach significant weight to the economic growth that is suggested the scheme will bring, and to agree that the level of suggested employment and related factors are key material considerations. These are central strands of the case, not peripheral parts of it. But again, to be absolutely clear, all of the detailed analysis you're asked to rely on in making the decision ignores the existence of Bournemouth Airport. All the socio-economic data in the committee report around job creation, passenger growth, service provision and so on are based on an imaginary scenario where Bournemouth Airport does not exist. So, for example, points are made around service provision on the south coast and leakage of passengers, but no measurement is made of services and passengers accommodated at Bournemouth. Assertions are made about jobs and investment, but there is no assessment anywhere of the net benefits of the proposal, having made an allowance for the inevitable displacement of jobs and investment from Bournemouth and elsewhere. Future growth is considered without measuring the local capacity that already exists to satisfy it, because Bournemouth is excluded from all analysis. This approach is deeply flawed. It undermines fundamentally the reliance that can be placed on the position presented to you. It is respectfully submitted that you cannot support an application for the expansion of an airport when the case for that proposal completely fails to recognise, measure the effects and reflect the existence of another airport just along the coast that is able to facilitate enhanced regional connectivity without the need for additional infrastructure or the environmental disbenefits associated with the current application for local residents. Here is a statement from Mira Pizzatola. I wish to object to the proposed runway extension at Southampton Airport on the grounds of significant blight to local residents, increased carbon emissions and the claimed need and use of this development in particular, the numerous ways that have been used to make the noise impact seem better than reality. For example, averaging aircraft noise over 16 hours do not disguise the fact that the noise from one plane flying overhead is extremely loud. When EasyJet's Airbus A320 flight from Geneva uses the airport, it rattles windows across the city. Eastleigh Borough Council has declared a climate emergency. The planning office has acknowledged multiple times that the 44 million tonnes equivalent of extra CO2 the development will generate in operation has a moderate, adverse and significant impact. Numerous statements that policy is emerging and that the impact is difficult to quantify do not alter the fact that all sectors of society need to reduce greenhouse gases. The staff green travel plan and a few electric vehicle charging points make a marginal difference to the pollution from flights. The officers state that the 6th carbon budget must be set in law by June 2021, but simultaneously say the policy will continue to evolve. It could be argued that given the proposed changes in the carbon budget by June, the legal framework in which the development has to work will be known. As this surely will be more strict, it seems the applicants are trying to get the proposal through planning before it becomes harder to obtain permission. Any additional emissions the aviation sector is allowed to emit now will have to be compensated elsewhere, giving it an unfair advantage. Much has been made of the need for the airport by local business. Flybe once offered routes to business destinations like Milan, Frankfurt, Hanover and Dusseldorf, but all were quietly withdrawn well before COVID-19. The top 3 routes of 2019 were all domestic and can easily be reached by rail. Flybe made years of losses and was bailed out more than once before the pandemic finally bankrupted it. Their use of larger jets a decade ago was a commercial disaster, calling into question the level of demand claimed for such flights now in the post-COVID video conferencing world. The planning officers failed to consider the material impact on conservation areas in Winchester, some of which will be in the noise corridor for the first time. The airport says it is profitable at 1.2 million passengers per year, saw 1.8 million in 2019, yet it seeks to grow beyond 3 million. It seems likely that given the scheme's name of Project Sun Phase 1, its real growth plan relies on big holiday airlines operating older, dirtier, noisier aircraft in the Airbus A320 and Boeing 737 size class, and to fill these will have to attract passengers from outside of the region. Additional profit for the airport comes at the expense of increased flight for its neighbours and more traffic on the region's roads, with little to no additional benefit to local residents. It should be rejected. Here is a statement from Siobhan Howell. I'm writing to object to the extension of the runway due to the impact on my home and local areas as a resident of Bitton Park and the impact on climate change. Before lockdown, when the larger planes went over, it would stop conversation outside or inside. The TV would have to be paused. If upstairs, the roof would shake, vibrate if the planes came in low. My husband works in a garden office, and when he's on call, he has to stop. On a call, he has to stop. This is not an issue approximately 3 times or so a day as it was. The current proposal would make it unbearable. I know there's an offer of £5,000 to make our windows triple glazed, which does not cover the costs of triple glazing our and many homes in the area, so why has that figure been selected? Is EBC seriously suggesting people in the flight path will have to pay to protect themselves against something they haven't asked for? How are we supposed to afford to do that? How does part triple glazing my home protect my family from noise well in excess of WHO recommendations if the children want to play in the garden? Who will monitor this? How will it protect them at school? Studies show consistently that pupils exposed to noise in excess of WHO guidelines perform worse, and planes go directly over one of the few good secondary schools in the area. House prices in this area are likely to fall. This is not a wealthy area. It is a community of families with young children who work hard and contribute to the local area, lots of teachers and NHS staff. They cannot afford to go into negative equity and not be able to remortgage on affordable terms. Also, if people want to move to get away from the expansion, people may not be able to afford to do so and will be trapped living here. Is Eastleigh Borough Council willing to guarantee that householders will be compensated for any loss in value to enable people to move before the expansion if they wish? If this expansion was to bring significant economic benefit to the area, SCC would have voted for it, but both SCC and HCC have voted against it because they know the financial returns will be negligible over the term of the project, yet the environmental impact huge. Your own neighbours are bravely saying this is the wrong thing to do. If EBC constituents want this expansion, then why not change the NPR to go over Eastleigh and Chandler's Ford? I know that the NPR currently avoids these areas because it's densely populated. Bitton Park is very densely populated, but I guess we won't matter because we aren't your constituents. All of this pales in comparison to the impact on the climate. Many people in support of expansion generally don't appreciate the scale of the climate emergency we're in. Presumably EBC does, given its declaration on this, as well as Lib Dem national policy against airport expansion. You can't pretend this expansion does not increase significantly carbon emissions from increased bigger flights just because the building is carbon neutral by offsetting. You don't get to ignore when making this decision that the government is not doing anywhere near enough to meet climate targets, and so the responsibility falls on you to do the right thing and show the way at a local level, not add to catastrophic levels of emissions. Anything else makes a mockery of EBC's declaration and the signs you have as you enter the borough. North Somerset DC did the right thing and went against their own planning officer's recommendation on Bristol Airport expansion. Please be as brave and do the right thing for our children too. Here is a statement from Nick Longland. I'm a resident of Bitton Park and have been for many years. My parents moved to the area when I was 6 years old. Growing up in the area, I became very familiar with the airport, and as a young teenager would spend many a happy hour on wasteland at the end of the runway, now the M27, sat on a World War II pillbox taking down registration numbers of the incoming planes. I've grown up with the airport and I'm very familiar with the changes that have happened over the years and its important part in the history of the Spitfire. So I'm definitely not an aeroplane hater. I'm not going to talk about the ecological impact this will have, as this has been raised already. However, I want to take issue with several comments that have been made on various occasions, not only in the promotional video, but also within the various publications that have been used to gain support of this extension plan. Firstly, the airport claimed that without this runway extension, it's likely the airport will close forever. As far as I'm aware, the airport has managed to survive for over 25 years under international airport status, only up until last year after the sad demise of Flybe and the COVID-19 pandemic. As for the Flybe situation, surely this was down to too many eggs in one basket, and as a result, poor management to allow one airline to dictate the longevity of the cost-effective running of the airport. I also think it's worth pointing out that COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on millions of businesses, not just Southampton Airport. Retail, hospitality sectors, restaurants, bars, theatres, cinemas, to name just a few, have all been massively impacted by the pandemic, as we all know. The airport states in its video that they need the extension to allow other aircraft to use the airport, such as Boeing 737 and Airbus A320s. However, as you know, both these type of aircraft can and have landed at Southampton Airport for many years, albeit infrequently. So why do we need to extend now? They also state this is not an expansion, it's a runway extension. However, how can increased flights, passenger numbers, increases in car parking, and the real threat of increased congestion on the surrounding roads and motorways not be considered as expansion? My last point on the wording of your support campaign is the use of the word your local airport. This is not a local community centre, it's a travel hub to attract travellers from all over the region and beyond to use the airport. Do the airport actually have the figures on exactly how many people from Eastleigh and the immediate surrounding area use the airport or benefit from it on a regular basis? Clearly, the message from the airport's marketing team behind this campaign has been used as a sympathy approach and to quote alleged massive losses to the local community and, in my opinion, grossly exaggerated loss to the local economy. I think we can all agree that any job losses are a devastating thing for families, but clearly the airport has wrongly underlined this as one of its key messages in gaining support. I'll pause there, Chair, in case there are any questions or points of clarification.
Thank you very much for that, Sarah. So can I ask councillors to put in the chat if they have any questions that they wish to ask? And whilst you're thinking about that, I just wanted to ask a couple of points of clarification. I think one of our statements there, it referred to the fact that Southampton City Council had voted against it, and it said Hampshire County Council had voted against it. I'm not sure about the Hampshire, so if somebody could just confirm that for me. And then the other point that I'm sort of more concerned about is the points that were made around Bournemouth Airport and the fact that it features very well, it hardly features at all, either in the airport submission or in our report. So could I ask, please, to have some sort of comment on that? I don't know if that's going to be from Andy or possibly, yep, I can see Andy's got his hand in the air. So over to you, Andy.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the Hampshire County Council question, they haven't objected. Their response came in from various units or services within Hampshire, and various comments and different strengths of views have come back via that. So, but there's no overriding objection from the county. They've considered it in terms of public health, drainage, highways. I think there might be something else as well. Top of my head, I can't recall what that area is, but they're not objecting to the scheme, but have noted areas of concern. In terms of the Bournemouth question and sort of the validity of Bournemouth as being an alternative, I think it's firstly worth noting that the catchment area for Southampton is quite a large area for their airport, and undoubtedly without an expansion which facilitates additional routes or flights, there would be what's called leakage. So people would still want to fly, and they would no doubt drive down to Bournemouth or up to London even. I think what we've got on the table in front of you, members, is a planning application which sets out a proposal to capture as much of that potential air movement as possible locally. I'm not aware that there is anything on the table at Bournemouth to look at how they capture it all, but I think you've got to consider what's in front of you. And equally, it's not at this stage for us to be looking at sort of the competition element between competing regional airlines and whether by allowing development one has a significant impact on the competition or the employment base of necessarily another one. You need to make a decision based on what's we've got it in front of us. I have got the head of economy and business here, so if there's any particular questions around the sort of the business case, the employment side of it, then Camilla Sharp is here to answer some questions. I think whilst talking, it might be worth just sort of clarifying a point around viability of the airport, because I know that's come up a few times in some of the comments. The ESA2, so the environmental statement addendum that came in January, makes it very clear that as a business concern, the airport requires around about 1.2 million passengers to pass through its terminal to remain a viable business. The planning application itself does not present to officers or to members the scenario that if this scheme isn't allowed, then the airport would close. That's not what we're being asked to consider. We're being asked to consider the expansion plan to meet what is an identified need, but with a recognition that, as with any business, there is a sort of a break-even point. And for context, and that's really what it is, for context, the airport have said, based on their the financials management, that their break-even point is around about 1.2 million passengers, which is slightly greater than the 2020 baseline, and around about the same figure, slightly greater than the 2037 figure, just based on general growth of passenger numbers. And what that would mean is the airport would have to look at alternative arrangements for funding to get to that break-even point. So we're not saying without the runway the airport would close, but there's a financial factor, a business factor there, which the airport need to be mindful of. There was a question about routes, and whilst I'm sort of I've got the table, there was a question about noise preferential routes and whether it could be changed to fly over Chandler's Ford, I think was the reference made, because they're flying north and south, so affecting Southampton. In terms of the preferred routes, that is something which is agreed through the sort of the aviation sector rather than by the local authorities. So that's more of an operational arrangement, but certainly our environmental health officer can give more information around that if need be. So Chair, if you needed Camilla Sharp to give any more comments around the economic arguments around this case, then she's available to speak if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. I think based on what you've said, it might be helpful to have Camilla talk to us, because I think the particular aspect around the Bournemouth and seeming not to take Bournemouth into account was the extent to which we can rely on the economic case that has been put forward. So perhaps she could speak on that specific point, please. We can't at the moment. No. Camilla is with us, but at the moment I'm aware that nobody else can hear her. So we're just trying to connect her.
That was all it was. Apologies, my fault. Yes, on the Bournemouth question, I believe, though I would need to go and check this with the authors of the report, that the lack of detail provided on the specific implications for Bournemouth of this expansion going ahead would be down to the fact that they have coexisted for many years and presumably did not anticipate that the expansion of their own airport would have a significant effect. There would be some leakage, but I am guessing that they have assumed that this is not one of the major economic impact elements to take into account. In terms of their own viability, is this the correct question that I'm answering? The viability of the economic case for Southampton, it has focused extensively on employment. I don't think there's any reason to suspect that much employment would be lost from the Dorset or Bournemouth area, by Southampton's expansion going ahead, there are potential effects if any of the proposed routes overlap that may merit further study, but I don't think the employment figures that are projected related to the area around Southampton would necessarily affect Dorset to any great extent, particularly since Solent Lep area has been used as the main area of effect, I believe. Does that answer your question, Chair? Not.
I think what I am just looking for clarification is that we have considered Bournemouth. So obviously Bournemouth Airport have considered that we shouldn't be making any decisions on the basis of the information that's in our report because we haven't adequately taken into account Bournemouth. And I guess what I'm looking for is, I'm not sure if it's clarification from yourself or from the legal team, that we have indeed covered off that base.
We certainly looked at Bournemouth in an earlier iteration of the application.
Okay. Andy, were you wanting to say anything further before I move on to any other points?
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only point I would say is the environment statement, which covers many chapters, including the social economic side. Within that, we are comfortable as officers that the economic side has been sufficiently submitted to us to consider in sufficient detail, and we are mindful of the Bournemouth issue. We've mentioned it in the committee report as well. So from an officer's perspective, we are comfortable that we have considered the wider economic impacts and its relationship to Bournemouth, and Camilla is correct in terms of how we've assessed the economic argument is more in terms of what the benefits are, or even disbenefits, if the expansion didn't come forward to the Solent Lep, because that is where the economic impact would be most felt, either for or against. Thank you.
Okay, and I have got the head of legal also is available to make a comment. Ian, do you feel there's anything that you would like to add?
Chair, no, thank you for the opportunity of saying something. I think Andy picked up on the very point that I was going to make, is that the airport has been addressed at paragraphs 508 to 509 of the report. So it has been considered, it has been taken into account by our specialists when looking at this and addressed, and you have the information in front of you in order to be able to proceed in that respect. Thank you.
Lovely, thank you very much for that. So just going to go back up the chat to make sure I get the right first person to speak. So I think that's Councillor Doogie. Councillor Bicknell. Sorry, Councillor Bicknell first.
Thank you, Chair. Thankfully, Ian Austin has just found the paragraph that I could remember but couldn't find, which is page 509 in the report, where it's actually government policy is clear that competition for routes is beneficial to passengers. So that would obviously apply with competition of routes between Southampton and Bournemouth. I apologise for answering the question, so to speak, but as I say, Ian went first. But actually, there is a sub-question to that would, on page 90 of the report, paragraph 340, which is in reference to the Aviation Policy Framework 2013, that proposals for expansion at these airports should be judged on their individual merits. So therefore, would that also answer the question with reference to Bournemouth Airport?
I can confirm, Councillor Bicknell, that's correct. What you've read out from the committee report is how we should be considering this.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're now going to go Councillor Doogie.
Thank you, Chair. It's just on that point as well. Can you clarify why the Solent Airport wasn't mentioned in the report?
Okay, Andy, would you like to answer that question, please?
So is that the Solent airport? Was that the question?
Yeah, yes, Andy, it was Solent Airport. Yeah.
I can't answer that. I'd have to look into that for you. It's obviously, we've considered the information presented to us. I'm not quite sure about the routes that are offered out of the Solent Airport. So we can have a look into that and come back to you, Councillor.
That'd be great, because I picked it up in one of the questions that was being asked by one of the residents. So I think it's important to look into that. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, so Councillor Clark, please, you have a question.
Thank you. Thank you. So it's another question in terms of transparency. I know these questions might have been talked about before, but in considering the economic case, why can we not consider the economic benefits or the potential economic benefits of alternative uses of the site should the airport fail? And I just want to explain my reasoning for that, because if we cannot consider the alternative uses and the potential economic benefits, the assumption has to be that the airport will continue to survive at its current size. However, in the communications that residents have seen from the airport and embedded in Andy's comments, we have it implied that the airport will fail to break even if it does not grow its passenger numbers. So, there is a big transparency issue here, because we wouldn't want members of the public to think we can take into account that the airport might fail when it comes to the damage that might directly occur from that, but we cannot take into account that the airport might fail in terms of considering what potential benefits there may be from alternative uses. So my question was at the beginning, in considering the economic case, why can we not consider the economic benefits of potential alternative uses of the site? Thank you.
Okay, Andy, I'm sure you'd like to respond to that point.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think maybe I didn't explain it quite well enough, but the information before us isn't a case of the runway is the survival hand that's given to the airport. It's not a case of without the runway extension the business would collapse, and I think that may be an impression that people have picked up on over the journey of this application over the last 15 months. That isn't the case. That isn't what we're being advised to consider. What I was trying to explain is that to demonstrate in terms of a business case, there is a break-even point for the airport, as you would expect for any business, and the accountants have, working with the airport, have provided us with information to say that is about 1.2 million passengers. It's not saying if the runway didn't come forward and they were only sitting at about 1.027 million passengers by 2033, 2037, that they wouldn't continue trading. It just means that they would have to look at alternative sources of income to keep them in that trading position, whether that be a slight change to their business model or whether it is a case of looking at alternative grants that might be available to keep trading. So I think that's the clear message. We're not looking at comparing failure with success of the airport. It's about opportunities that arise from an economic argument if it retained, and whether they are realised with the runway extension or whether they're not realised. If we had to go back and review what are the alternative uses for the site, that is a very, very different scenario than that which we're considering at the moment, because obviously there's a long list of alternative uses that could be considered in there, which would then have to feature into that debate about viability and the benefits and equally disbenefits that may come as a result of that. So we need to look at it solely in terms of the application, the runway extension, and what that actually achieves or doesn't achieve, the benefits or the disbenefits associated with that. Hopefully that explained that question.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Andy. I found that very clear. I think what might have confused the situation somewhat is the publicity that obviously has come out of the airport leading up to this, which has sort of very much focused on the survival of the airport. So I'm grateful to you for clarifying the situation there. Can we now move, if there are no more questions on that video, can I now ask that we move to the next video stream, please?
The airport and its supporters promote this development, known as Project Sun, as necessary for local business and, quote, the pivotal role the airport plays in the economic viability of the Central South region. Paragraph 502 of the Planning Officer's report claims that the airport brings connectivity benefits to firms like Prismian, GE Aviation and SPI Lasers, whose parent companies are in Milan, Vitoria, Spain and Stuttgart. However, Flybe's Milan route was dropped years ago and the other two cities never had a direct connection. Business thrived in the area despite the airport, not because of it. Paragraph 485 states, the length of the runway restricts opportunity for larger planes carrying more passengers from using Southampton. The announcement by BA of weekend flights using Embraer 190s to destinations as far afield as Mykonos shows this is a fallacy. Mykonos is 50 miles further than Moscow. New small jets, such as the Airbus A220, can use Southampton's existing runway and reach India, Dubai, and the eastern United States, or alternatively fly up to 160 passengers to anywhere in Europe. The airport's claimed aims can be achieved today. These new jets are also quieter, similar to Dash 8 turboprops. The same cannot be said of the larger planes the airport wants to attract. A 2020 CAA study shows many Airbus A319, 320, 320neo and Boeing 737 models are a whole noise quota count band louder than certified. They note flight profiles for type certification differ from operations, meaning data in the ESA2 paragraph 11.9 showing manufacturer estimates from 2014 is not representative. Erroneous noise modelling also allows more flights before 7 AM than would otherwise be possible. ICAO has found noise modelling software consistently underestimates real-world effects, showing in reality the 75 dB contour for a typical A320 takeoff is up to 12 kilometres, as far north as Winchester. Studies also show for a landing A320 or Boeing 737 at 2,000 feet, peak noise is 86 and 83 decibels respectively, well above the level of sleep disturbance. Approaching aircraft cross Winchester at 1,900 feet, and flights from the north circle the city to avoid uncontrolled airspace in what NATS calls the Winchester orbit. This doubles overflights and invalidates the application's N65 noise contour plots. The issue could be mitigated in part by the airport applying to move its controlled airspace boundary further north, and the officer's statement in paragraph 95 that the ESA2 provides a reasonable worst-case assessment, and in 595 the airport has sought to minimise noise impact to an acceptable level is demonstrably untrue. The application should be rejected and a thorough noise analysis using representative flight paths and data requested.
Okay, that seemed a very abrupt ending to that video. I'm not sure if that was the end. Yes, I'm getting signals that that was the end. So I believe we now have two audio files. So the first one is going to be from Grace Carter, I believe, who's one of our younger residents. I can't hear Grace speaking, I'm afraid. We're just going to try that again.
My name is Grace Carter. I live in Bitton Park and I attend the Bitton Park School. Airport extensions really worries me, as loud as aircraft make it really hard to concentrate at school. When I'm with my friends at school or in my garden, we have to stop talking as the planes are so loud. Climate change really worries me too, and so I think more planes is a bad idea. Thank you for listening. Goodbye.
Thank you very much for that, Grace. I now believe we have Leslie McKinnon. Just going to try that again. We seem to be having a couple of technical issues with that one. We'll just try this one more time.
Thank you to Eastleigh Borough Council for allowing me to make this deputation on behalf of Extinction Rebellion Winchester. Eastleigh Borough's own climate emergency statement reveals a deep understanding of the issues that face us all from ever-increasing global temperatures. It is commendable that it has published its own carbon budget for up to 2100, but it notes that the borough's current rates of burning carbon will use up this budget in just 7 years' time, and if to stay within budget, there is an urgent need to reduce emissions by over 13% a year. It gives various recommendations to residents on how emissions can be reduced, one of which, significantly, is to fly less. How does your pledge of reaching carbon neutrality by 2030, accompanied by the stark figure of having to reduce energy consumption significantly each year, align with a planning decision to expand the airport? The airport itself can reduce the energy requirements of their local estate. However, the service they provide is for aviation, and it is an inescapable fact that aviation cannot be made carbon neutral at any point soon, and certainly not within the next 10 years. The emissions from the aircraft exhaust contribute significantly to global warming. The accumulation of contrails produced at high altitude trap infrared rays, producing a warming effect of 3 times the level of CO2. The Paris Agreement may have left out aviation emissions, but there they are, continuing to warm our planet. At a local level, Eastleigh and Southampton residents deserve to be protected from poor air quality. The quality of our air poses the biggest environmental threat to health in the UK. Fossil fuel pollutants directly contribute to an increase in heart and respiratory diseases, strokes and lung cancers. The expected increase in car traffic coupled with increased ground level pollutants from aircraft therefore present a significant increase in health and environmental risks. We understand that this decision is very difficult for the council, given the lure of the promise of jobs in a society reeling from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the jobs that will be truly sustainable and sustaining are those in the clean energy sector, and with Eastleigh's engineering heritage, local people, including those from the airport sector, should be given an opportunity to retrain. The airport as a green industry park would employ so many more people. We owe it to future generations to make difficult decisions today. The future is not mapped out, but the signposts are very clear that if we do not stop investing and expanding industries that rely on fossil fuel, then our future is very, very grim. Councillors, today you do have the power to change the course of things and shift us towards a safer future. We urge you to reject this planning application.
So thank you very much. That's the last of our written statements or video presentations, and I'd just like to thank everybody who went to the trouble of contacting us and wanted to participate in today's meeting. It's really important that we do hear from obviously the people of Eastleigh and Southampton. Before we move into the next part, which will be hearing from our live speakers, Andy Granfield, this is, I believe that you have a response now to Councillor Doogie regarding Solent Airport.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We've looked back into the information on this one, and I confirm that the Solent Airport, which is at HMS Daedalus along the Gosport and Fareham border, is a much smaller airport. It's not the same commercial airport that we have at Southampton or even Bournemouth. So it's more about smaller planes, gliders, and small air fleet coming in, and so it's not of the same magnitude as the more commercial, business and leisure orientated airports that you're considering at Southampton. So as an alternative, it's not something which we would expect for the applicant to consider in any great detail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Bicknell has indicated he would like to speak.
I'm just going to seek a point of clarity, Chair, because in case I jump the gun, but I was actually had some questions to ask on the pre-recordings that we've just heard. So if I can continue, fine. If I've jumped the gun, then let me know when I can come in. Thank you.
You are perfect to start speaking, because that's exactly what we're doing now. So ask your question.
Lovely, thank you. With reference to the presentations we've just actually heard, a fairly direct question, a fairly simple one, considering what we're actually dealing with. What is the current number of flights that are actually allowed between 0600 and 0700? Because obviously it's fairly fresh in our minds from the conditions and what have you, that the condition is going to be 20. I just wonder if Andy is able to answer anything that was mentioned with reference to the Winchester circling and flight paths on that one. And also, I don't know if Andy's going to be able to answer it, or if we might have to have this question deferred over until we have somebody from the airport. But obviously it's been mentioned about the A220 and the Embraer 190s, which I am aware of. And I am aware that there are a number in service. I think the largest one in this country is Delta Airlines at Heathrow. And if there's any comments as to how that might be affected, utilised within the airport, because obviously the 220 does not need the runway extension. One more question. From the lady who spoke from Extinction Rebellion, and I must admit it took me by surprise, and that's with reference to the Paris Agreement, and she said that it didn't include aviation. I don't have a clue if it does or it doesn't, and I don't actually know if it's a quick thing to find out. But yeah, it would be interesting to know with reference to the Paris Agreement. And just the last point, Solent Airport is actually owned by Fareham Borough Council, the Daedalus Airfield, and it's actually a business park with a runway shorter than Southampton. Thank you.
Okay, so Andy, do you want to answer Councillor Bicknell's questions if you can?
Thank you. I'll take them in reverse order. In terms of the question around the Paris Agreement, as I understand it, it does not include aviation in that. The questions around the alternative fleet mix, so the A220s and the Embraer, I couldn't answer that. We've got a fleet mix, which is a projected fleet mix that Southampton believe would operate out of them moving forward. I understand that the A220 does operate in different parts of Europe, but the airport team themselves will be able to answer that, and certainly we can seek to find that out during the course of the next session. Again, there was a question around the Winchester Circle and the Winchester orbits. That's not something that I could answer in terms of the technical side of it, but from a noise perspective, when we've looked at the noise contouring, we're comfortable that the noise impact associated with flights to and from Southampton Airport are as presented to us and are accurate. No doubt there will be an element of noise with planes in the air, but that would sit outside of the information or the considerations that we have to look at for this application and the actual harmful impacts associated with it. And that's something that our environmental health officer could add more detail around if needed. And the first question, and my final point then, would be the number of flights that are within that what's called the shoulder hour, so the 6 to 7. We don't have that information. Within the existing section 106 from the early 90s, there is a restriction on night flights, and that says there should be no more than 10 night flights a month, I think it is, and no more than 100 over a year. So, but I don't think it goes as far as restricting the number of flights between 6 and 7 o'clock. But so we can ask the airport for clarification around the orbit, Winchester orbit, and the size of planes for Councillor Bicknell. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Does anybody, any other councillors want to ask any questions? The only question I wanted, I think it would be Andy Brennan, really, to just clarify, was the point, again, I wasn't quick enough to write everything down. I believe one of the speakers was talking about the carbon budget and saying about we would be using all of our budget within 7 years. Andy, would you be able to sort of clarify or provide a bit more detail around that, please? Sorry, Andy, I don't think people are able to hear you.
Sorry, I'll try that again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
I'll have to look into it to see where that came from. It may well be that it's within the original strategy, but what it will be referring to is the current rate at which we're using carbon within the UK and then down to a local area, and therefore how fast that budget is being made up, is being used up.
Okay, thank you. But you'll have a little look into that, will you, and come back to us with a bit of clarity?
Yes.
Lovely, thank you. So I believe that's all the recordings there. So we're now going to move across to people who are going to appear live before us. Councillors, just so you are aware what's going to happen, we are going to do these in blocks of 5. So we will listen to all 5, and then you will have the opportunity to ask any of the speakers questions or points of clarification if you wanted to do so. There's no requirement, obviously, to do so. But once we've answered all your questions, or it may be that Andy might also want to clarify some points or respond to some of the points that are made. Once we've done that block of 5, then those 5 speakers will leave the session, and then we will have another 5 and we will repeat the process again. So the first person on my list is Mr. John Hawkins. Do we have Mr. Hawkins with us, please?
You do indeed. Hello. Hello.
So when you're ready, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Pre-pandemic, I was taking around 15 to 20 flights a year. I'm no stranger to the M3 at 5 o'clock in the morning, trawling up to Heathrow and Gatwick. I am just the sort of person who AGS, the Spanish owners of the airport, love. But why on earth, and I use that word very deliberately, would I want to blight this area for the next 80 years plus with the likes of massive Boeings and Airbuses? Firstly, one argument I want to blow out of the water straight away is that flying from a local airport is greener than travelling to London. This is out-of-date thinking. The government is banning petrol and diesel cars faster than you can say climate change. So the argument that travelling from a local airport is greener is a red herring based on old behaviour and old lifestyles. Secondly, one of the reasons that AGS put forward is that they want to make more southerly takeoffs right over some of our most heavily built up areas. Your own report states that around 4 times the number of people will be affected, and that this could have, quote, observed adverse effects on health and quality of life. There's also an impression that this affects just the local area to the airport. I live in Netley. We get planes coming low across here all the time. This is not a localised problem. And there's no guarantee that these flight paths will remain as they are. But as long as we all stay inside with locked windows and doors, we won't mind. This impact will only get bigger with the new Freeport, something your report barely mentions. AGS has spent a lot of money supporting the Freeport and expects to benefit greatly from it, expansion or not. Supporting the Freeport is not the same as supporting this expansion. The Freeport will provide the economic growth without the expansion of the runway and the larger, dirtier planes that come with it. So yes, the airport provides income to the area, and it will continue to do so even if this expansion doesn't go ahead. What we've heard today is the airport has been trying to push the fallacy that they will close without it. However, what we will have is a good compromise between aeroplanes dominating the area and the airport contributing to the area. Finally, I'm glad to see that Andy points out that COVID is just a short-term impact, because the decision you're making will blight this area for a century and more. We're talking about plane emissions, noise pollution for you, your kids and their kids to come. This decision is about the quality of life of your constituents, not big business profits. So please, uphold your own local plan. Vote how Ed Davey did against Heathrow expansion, and vote how your own manifesto states that you are against all airport expansions. I do hope so for this area and our children's children. You declared a climate emergency. That does not sit with airport expansions. Councillors, this is the wrong location with only spurious reasons to expand. You have the grounds to say no. Please take it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. If you don't mind hanging on for a bit longer, just so we hear the other four speakers. So next we have Catherine Barber. Catherine, are you with us?
Good afternoon.
Hello, welcome to ELAC. The floor is yours.
Lovely, thank you. Well, my comments are made under the precautionary principle. The extent of the harm caused by noise from this development is enormous, far worse in relation to the number of passengers and economic benefits compared to much larger airports, as we've heard today. Claiming that people choose to live under a flight path and shouldn't complain about noise, I feel that misses the point. This development leads to more than a doubling of noise impact, while passenger numbers only increase by a half. 20,000 people who never before considered themselves under the flight path will now find they are. Noise isn't simply annoying, it's known to damage our mental and physical health and our children's educational attainment. And this is important because the areas under the flight path are on average more deprived than the average for Eastleigh. So who's going to pick up the tab for mitigating all these harms, especially in communities outside Eastleigh? The promised noise insulation won't make much difference. Only the 1,000 worst affected households will be helped, leaving the rest without. Even then, insulation only helps if people remain indoors. The last year has shown the importance of being outdoors. Living under the flight path will ruin people's enjoyment of their gardens and local open spaces. There's no evidence noise insulation helps with the harm to educational attainment of children in affected school, either, as is noted by the officers. Meanwhile, the noise cap will only apply until the airspace changes. And even if it were permanent, it would restrict noise to the level for 3 million passengers. A level of noise that the officers' report says is unacceptable and enough to justify refusing the application. If the airport needs this runway extension in order merely to survive, then it should accept a permanent cap on noise and at less than 3 million passengers. At 2 million, it can remain in business while reducing the impact on its long-suffering neighbours. And this would also mitigate the climate change impacts. If building the extended runway is really about survival rather than increasing its profit, the airport should have no problem with a cap on 2 million. Finally, the impact on our children and grandchildren must not be underestimated. They're going to have to clean up the damage we have done to the world. So it begs the question, what did you do in the climate crisis, Nanny? So councillors, please consider rejecting this application today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Catherine. And again, if you would just stay with us until the end of this block. We are next going to Simon Payne. Simon, are you with us? Lovely, I can see Simon.
Yeah, okay.
Over to you when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Chair, councillors. My family have been residents of Eastleigh Town Centre now for nearly 20 years. We've always done this in the knowledge that the airport is our neighbour. And most of the time, by the odd noisy flight, you like the Santa flights or the football ones, a plane sat on the runway for a period of time with high engine revs, it does not cause a lot of disturbance. We're actually used to it now. In terms of the need for more flights and the need for the runway extension at the airport to ensure it continues to support the local economy and provides jobs, I totally agree and support this application for that reason. I do not want to see the airport close. However, my concerns are around noise, and my ask is that robust conditions are applied to this application. My property was built in the Edwardian period in 1903. So I trust you appreciate a house that's nearly 120 years old does not have standard cavity width walls. If you do insulate, there's an increased risk of damp. Our house actually vibrates sometimes from passing vehicles and also from aircraft. We were initially told that our property would not be eligible for any noise, even though I'm actually on Southampton Road between Chestnut Avenue and Cherbourg Road. We were just outside the 63 decibel contour, so I'm glad that actually it's moved down to 60. However, I'm going to ask, does that still go far enough? The Heathrow scheme that's being proposed at the moment actually goes down as low as 55. So how come Heathrow's getting more protection than around Southampton? But one of the key things behind this is there's this noise insulation scheme, but there's no actual details on it, are very, very scarce. I've asked the airport for it, never had it. So we need protection from the noise, but also it's not just actually when the airport's in operation, it's actually during the construction phase as well. In documents I've seen, the proposed runway works for around 34 weeks between the hours of 2300 to 0600, 7 days a week. At night time, as the other background noise is reduced, any sound carries further. The airfield is an open space, and this again allows noise to travel. Also, lighting will be needed, and again, this can cause disturbance. When the airport recently used as a temporary mortuary, I became aware of this due to the noise of the containers being offloaded. And then generator noises, I actually caught up with Council Bicknell about that at the time. I therefore feel that the construction, if it's allowed to go ahead, will result in significant disturbance, and that the airport should take mitigation on the houses this will impact. Please can the details of this proposed noise scheme be issued now and consulted on with local residents, and where needed implemented before any work actually starts on this extension. It's all well and good saying that arrangements will be made to handle noise complaints, but if that noise is in the middle of the night, who have we got to call on? Will there be anyone? Would they actually stop the works? It also needs to be fit for purpose, ensure it provides sufficient funds for noise insulation work to be carried out. To this extent, I welcome the news that I've heard that there's going to be no cap on it today.
That's time now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Simon. I think we got most of what you were wanting to say there. So our next speaker is Rosanna Nui. Rosanna, are you with us?
I am indeed. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
We can. Yep, whenever you're ready. 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. The environmental statement has identified that the areas affected by the increased noise from the proposed development include a disproportionately high number of people from vulnerable groups, including those living in deprived areas, non-white people and people with mental health disorders. It admits that noise from the proposed development will disproportionately and adversely affect people with mental health conditions. Furthermore, there are well-known mental health benefits of open space, and the proposal will increase the noise level in these, further impacting these people. It doesn't discuss why these groups are overrepresented in the areas under the flight path in the first place, but it probably has something to do with the fact that many are already living with noise levels above those that are known to adversely affect health and well-being. The planning report says that although these vulnerable people are more affected by the development, this doesn't matter because there is no intention to discriminate against them, and the council can, quote, fulfil this aim of the Equality Act by requiring mitigation actions to be taken and certain actions being taken in relation to people with protected characteristics. What actions and by whom, given that some of these areas lie beyond the borders of Eastleigh? The only mitigation being offered is the noise insulation policy, which only applies to people within the 60 decibel contour and offers nothing at all to the 40,000 or so within the 51, 54 and 57 decibel contours. Besides, as Public Health England said, there is little evidence that noise insulation schemes actually do mitigate adverse health impacts. People's gardens and balcony spaces won't be improved by insulating the house or flat, so it is not at all clear why the significant adverse effect identified in the planning documents is somehow turned into a moderate effect by offering noise insulation for 5% of affected properties. It doesn't. As for the noise cap, this is set at the same level of noise that has already been assessed as causing significant adverse effects. How can this mitigate the identified harm? It merely stops it getting worse. It would offer mitigation only if it was set below the levels of noise predicted from this development. So if you decide to permit this development, please don't accept this cap at the level suggested. Set it lower than this, so as to keep the number of passengers and flights restricted until such time as the promised more modern, quieter planes come into use. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And again, if you wouldn't mind hanging on. And so our final speaker in this particular group of 5 is Mr. Justin Turner, and I can see Mr. Turner is with us. So over to you when you're ready, Mr. Turner.
I'm a member of a community of 60 or so people who live close to the garden centre on Kiln Lane. We're on the flight path 2 miles north of the airport, and the planes are about 1,000 feet when they pass over us. We're outside the current 60 decibel figure, but nevertheless, what in practice this means for you, those of you who are not directly under the flight path, is that I get woken up if I'm asleep, and I'm not a light sleeper when a plane passes. If I'm having a cup of coffee in the garden with a friend, I have to stop talking when the plane passes. And there's a huge difference in my mood and my family's mood on the busy days from the less busy days. It's been suggested that there will be over the next 10 years a doubling of the number of aircraft with bigger and louder jets, and I find this prospect extremely distressing. I've referred the committee in my letters to academic studies, particularly from Cornell University in 2002, which were done at Munich Airport. They had the benefit of having an airport close and an airport open and could do before and after studies at each location. The conclusion of the study was noise exposure is consistently linked to reading deficits and may interfere with speech perception and long-term memory in primary school children. The latest study is further evidence that exposure to chronic noise can have serious health, learning and motivational effects in children and adults. This is a heavily populated area. It's not a location one would consider putting an international airport today. It's just the wrong place. I wanted to address just 2 further points. First, the need for this expansion. The documents presented by the airport identify a desire to service a particular market in particular, that's cheap foreign holidays to the Mediterranean. And let us be clear as to their motivation. It's not to meet the demands of local business, it's not to regenerate the area. Their motivation is to increase their profits, and we live in a market economy, and that's fair enough. But in a number of their public statements, the airport have adopted the rather unattractive stance, in my opinion, of threatening us all, that the airport will close if we don't agree to their demands. Again, emphasising that this is not a demand-led expansion, which just brings me to my last point. Can I politely suggest that it is extremely uncomfortable for a Liberal council, and for the first time at the last election I voted Liberal precisely because of your environmental policies. It's uncomfortable for you to be agreeing to a doubling of air traffic in any circumstances, and not just to improve access to the Mediterranean. Boris Johnson has been pilloried for tacitly agreeing to the opening of a coal mine in Cumbria. Please, we as residents don't have the resources of the airport, and we would ask that you take our concerns very seriously.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Turner. So, Andy, do you want to respond to any specific points? And councillors, if you would like to indicate if there's any questions you want to ask, if you can indicate that in chat, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to take to respond on a few of those points. I think it was Mr. Hawkins mentioned the scenario that it's not greener to fly out of Southampton. It would be to drive to other airports. Within the environmental statements that have come in support of this application, that hasn't actually been suggested. That's not been taken into account in terms of the calculations for emissions. I know it's something which has been mentioned in some of the commentary around this application about reducing the need to travel to London, but it hasn't been taken into account in terms of the emission calculations. There's been a number of comments about the health element and the impact on the health of the community. And when looking at this application, members, I think you'll agree we've not just focused on Eastleigh and the residents within the borough. Actually, we've looked at and have been assessed the wider impact on Southampton, north heading up towards Winchester and beyond. And as can be seen by the thousands of representations we've had, members of the public have commented far and wide on the pros and cons of this development. In terms of the health side of this development, then noise is by far the biggest impact as a result of this development that the local community would have. And as has been referenced a couple of times, without any mitigation, that would be a major adverse impact. But however, when you read through the reports, we have set out why, in our opinion as officers, that impact has dropped from a major to a moderate level, and that does come about from the additionality of the mitigation. So the noise insulation policy, which goes further than the do minimum scenario as advocated by National Policy in Aviation. It comes down to 60. It does still or noise does still influence a very large number of properties, and that is fact. Hence the reason that we're maintaining a moderate rather than a slight adverse impact. But that noise insulation policy, as we've heard today, goes beyond a contribution to mitigation, but will cover for the full costs, looking across the board for the 1,000 properties or so that would be affected. In addition to that, the decisions that the airport make are fed through the Airport Consultative Committee, which has a number of representatives on from not only professionals and technicals, representatives from the airport, but also representatives from local authorities, both at an officer and a member level. And picking up on the need to target mitigation at those who are most affected outside of house insulation. The Section 106 does require that the airport provides a public health representative as part and parcel of the ACC, the Airport Consultative Committee, so that in the decisions that are being made, particularly around the health strategy, that representative will be able to influence the mitigation measures that are brought forward, and added to that so that there's some funding behind it. The Community Health Fund, as it's referenced in recent updates, there will be a contribution linked to the number of air traffic movements above the baseline, which will deliver a sum of money which can then be spent on improvements from a health perspective, and that can be targeted at open space and opportunities to improve. And I know that Councillor Bicknell talked about landscape modelling. I can't remember the exact term, but there's various initiatives which are coming out that we would expect the airport to work on. There was also a suggestion that the construction of the runway being overnight, so from 2,300 hours to 600 hours, that the impact that could come about from that. We very much agree that there could be some major adverse effects as a result of that. However, through the Construction and Environmental Management Plan and under the the Environmental Pollution Act, so Section 61 is referenced in your committee report, the local authority through their licensing permission arrangements can ensure that best practice is used to minimise that down through the statutory noise pollution level, and that is probably the better way of handling it. And certainly the advice from our own environmental health team is that is the appropriate mechanism for something of this nature to control to an acceptable level noise impacts during construction. There was a statement by Mr. Payne about Heathrow and noise insulation being at 55 dB. There is from what I understand, a £3,000 contribution to the 55 dB level, but it's, forgive me, I don't know the exact terminology, but it's called the LDEN, which is a blended noise rate of nighttime, daytime and evening noise. And so actually that is different to what we're considering at Eastleigh, because we're looking at a 5,000 average at a 60 level. And I know that our environmental health officer can offer a bit more information around that for you. There was a comment about if it was a case of viability for the airport, that the suggested 3 million figure was tabled, that a cap of 2 million be applied. I reiterate something I said at the start of this meeting, which obviously was quite some time ago now, but there is no cap around the number of passengers. There is a cap around the number of vehicle movements, and that is down to the capacity of the highway network to accommodate the vehicles. There is also a noise contour cap, which is based on a flight mix of planes, a future flight mix of planes, which would generate noise at a certain level based on that flight mix. And that flight mix has been modelled on the basis of 3 million passengers, but there isn't a specific cap on it being 3 million passengers. If members considered that a reduction in the number of passengers throughput was needed as a result of impact of noise, for instance, then not only would that require significant additional reworking and remodelling of the information we've got before us, because it's not something which can easily be presented, but it does also introduce issues in terms of the economic benefits that come out of this. But conversely, there is that issue in terms of what is the reduction in harm as a result of that. I know that the airport, based on their figures at the moment, are suggesting that if this were to be approved, that by 2027 they think they would get to about 2.3 million passengers a year. So we would assume that the 2 million threshold would be reached within the next 4 or 5 years. So it's something which you may want to ask the airport about, but they may push back on a restriction that only allowed 2 million passengers to pass through, which in effect is where they were at 2 years ago. I think I've already spoken about the threat of closure, which was referenced, I think, by Mr. Turner, so I won't say anything more about that, but just to say that we have got colleagues here from the Environmental Health team who can answer any further questions around sort of noise impact and mitigation. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, do you have any questions on the basis of what you've just heard, Andy? Yep, so we've got Councillor Bicknell wishes to speak.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. It's not really a question, and it's something that possibly Ian Austin wants to answer, but it's something that's been mentioned twice within this last, with the participants we have in front of us, and that is actually with reference to party politics and how party politics refers to planning applications. Because actually party politics has absolutely zero bearing on a planning application. So I wonder if perhaps if Ian Austin, for the benefit of the people that we have here and anybody else that is in the room and anybody else listening, could actually explain what a councillor's obligation is with a quasi-judicial role of determining a planning application, please. Thank you, Chair.
Ian, are you with us and able to do that, or we have Helen?
I am, Chair. Yes. Sorry, I was waiting for you to give me the nod.
Sorry,
Apologies.
sorry. I'm giving you the nod now.
Thank you. Certainly, yes. What Councillor Bickland has said is correct. Planning is a statutory function, and it's something that we're obliged to carry out and undertake by statute. Party politics is irrelevant because you deal with planning according to material considerations, planning law, planning policy, and what is contained in the local plan and other relevant documents. So politics does not come into planning, or you should put that to one side. You deal with this on planning merits and planning merits alone.
Thank you, Ian. That seems very clear. So we have Councillor Doogie, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Andy, this is a point of clarification. Go back on a point that was made about Eastleigh Southampton Airport not being a green airport to fly off from. Can you clarify why this wasn't taken into consideration when calculations were made on carbon emission and such?
Of course, the environmental statement. Any environmental statement has to present the worst case scenario, and in this instance the worst case scenario would be not discounting the emissions that are generated as a result of the aviation by taking away what the emissions would be if people were driving to London. So the airport have been honest in adopting that as a worst case scenario, and we as a local authority have assessed it on that basis as well. Whilst it's a recognised position that there will be passenger leakage, as it's called, moving to other areas, that does have an impact to a degree by emissions, but cars are getting cleaner, so that is improving. That hasn't been deducted from the actual impact of the aircraft themselves, so you are presented with the worst case scenario. Thank you.
Okay, so we then move to Councillor Tyson Payne.
So I want to clarify something. Mr. Hawkins, John, in his statement said about he has used the airport a lot for flying, and he's very clear that travelling to London is not worse for the environment than if the flights are longer from Southampton Airport. And Andy, you came back with that has never been part of the case. And I absolutely agree, it's nowhere in our pack. However, I want to be really clear, because that was part of the case early on from the airport, that the reason for extending the airport runway was to reduce the number of journeys to and from the London, I think Heathrow specifically, but London airport was less environmentally friendly than flying from Southampton. So I want to be very clear about where we are on this position, because I remember well being told that that was part of their submission. But I admit it's not in your current documents. So I'd like some clarity, please. Thank you.
Andy, can you respond on that point, please?
By all means, yeah. Yes, Councillor Tyson Payne, it doesn't form part of the evidence before us at the moment in the report. I know that the environmental statement has gone through a number of iterations. Whether it was something which is detailed in the ES, the environment statement originally, or one of the supporting informations, I would need to clarify, and I can come back to you on that point, but I can certainly say at this moment in time that's not a factor. I know it's something which has been stated in correspondence over the last 15 months, but it's not something we're taking into account in the consideration of the acceptability of this application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm not sure if any other councillors want to ask any questions at this point, but I just want to just clarify a couple of points. So the most straightforward one, I just want to go back to the points raised by Mr. Payne around construction noise, and I understand the answer that was given. I guess what I'm just because I'm the ward councillor for the Campbell Road area, and so I get lots of complaints when there's noise from that area. And I'm just trying to understand, in very practical terms, if you are somebody living in Campbell Road, or indeed in Mr. Payne's circumstance on Southampton Road, in very practical terms, this is a plan of work that's going to happen every single night for 6 months. The inherent activities are noisy, and the background noise is obviously not there. I understand the process for sort of monitoring it, and that we have enforcement, but I guess the practical realities of what can be done to deal with that situation, because it is an inherently noisy activity. So I guess my question is it would seem sort of relevant, particularly if Mr. Payne is saying that he's now in the 60 decibel category, and the houses in Campbell Road, I would imagine, would quite definitely be in that category. Would they therefore be getting their insulation before any works, you know, are taken place at night? So I would just like a bit of clarity around that. I'd then like to go back to, and apologies, I can't remember which of the speakers raised the points, but the question around, I'm trying to get my head around the questions around the noise, particularly in relation to the health aspects, because I can see that in the report it makes it very clear that without mitigation, the level of noise and the extent that the noise, the area that it impacts, would be of such an extent and such impact that without mitigation, you know, it wouldn't be allowed to go ahead. And as one of the speakers sort of talked about, they sort of highlight the fact that that assessment has been made on the 3 million sort of passenger, you know, those statistics. So the only additional thing that is coming into it seems to be the sorry, forgive me for one minute, I've lost my train of thought there. The only additional thing coming in is the installation, the noise installation, but and that is quite rightly going to help the most affected people, but that still does leave, you know, I don't know, what's it, 40 something odd thousand people that are affected by noise, 20,000 of those being people who haven't previously been affected by noise. And there is a lot of research. I mean, I've been inundated with people emailing me about this situation, and there does seem to be very clear health benefits, health concerns around the impacts of noise. And I just can't quite understand how, when we are leaving, it would appear, so many people exposed to noise and they're not actually getting any help, and we're saying that that is problematic. Those levels are of concern, and there is research that says that noise causes those health concerns. I am sort of a bit baffled as to why we've given it the rate, or the report seems to suggest it's not as significant a problem. So I think I probably need more help to understand, to justify that, please, if that would be possible. So Sue, I don't know if that would be you or Andy, if you want to come back.
Sue will come back on both those points, Chair, both in terms of the construction side and also the noise mitigation side. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Starting with the question about construction noise first. What we're requiring the airport to do is to, before the construction works start, is to submit what's called a Section 61 application, which is a prior consent for construction works, and that will obviously need to take into consideration that the works are happening at night. The without, I think that the technical details of it are in your report, but this will require the contractors to actually predict how noisy the works are going to be, demonstrate that they are mitigating those works through screening, using the quietest equipment as possible, trying to do the noisiest works during the least sensitive times of the night and so on. If even with all of that mitigation, it's found that they would breach the limits that are set out in the British standard that sits behind all of this, they'd actually need to ensure that there's two options. One is sound insulation against the construction noise, and the second is to consider actually temporary rehousing if it was that significant. At the moment, we don't know if anybody would qualify for either of those for construction noise, because we haven't got any predictions of how noisy the construction noise is going to be, which is why we've asked for the Section 61 process to be followed. So in answer to the question, I mean, if somebody was qualifying for the airport noise insulation scheme and the construction noise insulation, the insulation would need to go in against the construction noise before the works that it relates to begins. And so, yes, it would mean that it would have to go in first, but the insulation schemes will be slightly different from construction as opposed to aircraft noise, because, for example, for construction noise, you wouldn't need to worry about things like the roof. So it might be just the windows were done first and the roof. But we don't know. We haven't gone through those details yet with the airport, but that will need to form part of that Section 61 process, agreeing that. And yeah, I mean, temporary rehousing would be the absolute worst case, and there's specific lengths of time and noise levels that would need to be triggered that would normally require that, and that's been applied on other sort of major projects and construction projects where nighttime working has had to take place. So I hope that answers your question on the construction noise. In terms of the health aspects of noise, I mean, you'll have seen from my report, I agree with the concerns that have been raised. Just to take it back a step, originally we had an uncapped proposal from the applicant, which we weren't comfortable with in terms of the aspects. And so actually by introducing, although when we talk about the noise cap, because it's been set at the 3 million passenger equivalent, it looks as though it's not doing anything, but actually what we've done is we've reduced those impacts quite significantly from what was proposed originally, which is why we talk about that being a mitigation, and it's an overall mitigation. So you've got two types of mitigation. You've got individual mitigation, which is things like sound insulation, so those impact directly the person whose house receives or business receives the insulation. And then you've got the overall mitigation, which is where you're reducing the number of impacts in total. And that's what the noise cap does. So it's actually reduced the impacts to the overall population. So it's not necessarily an individual benefit, although there will be some individuals that benefit from it, but it's an overall mitigation that squeezes everything down. We're then left with the residual impacts, which we've discussed, and that's where the health strategy comes in. And so what we are expecting is for the airport to liaise with us and with Southampton City Council and our health teams and Hampshire County Council and our health teams to look at where are there vulnerable populations where those health inequalities could be worsened by the airport, and to look at strategies within that to try to reduce those further. And so that's the approach that we've taken. The final thing to mention that is in terms of significant impacts and adverse impacts, planning policy is quite clear that you have this these horrible acronyms, LOL and SOL. So you've got your lowest observable adverse effect level, which is your 51 decibels, and then you've got a significant observable adverse effect level, which is 63 decibels for aviation noise. The approach that we've taken, the planning policy requires that effects between LOL and SOL are mitigated and minimised, and that effects above SOL are avoided, but it doesn't mean that they can't happen. So it's become standard practice within planning that noise insulation helps to avoid those impacts above Seoul, and that mitigation and minimisation between Lowell and Seoul has to be demonstrated. And so again, our justification for the reduction of it from being a major to a moderate, but not as low as a slight, is that the insulation avoids those effects above Seoul. And the extending the insulation scheme to the 60 dB contour means that the people in the highest level between Lowell and Seoul have also been they've been given the insulation, so that's a mitigation within there, and that with the cap as well, we've mitigated as much as we can. We've reduced the number of people within the level above 51. But there are, as it says in my report, there are still a large number of people affected, and so that needs to be weighed in the planning balance.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple more points, but I can see some of my colleagues also want to speak. So, Councillor Mann, yes, Councillor Mann wanted to ask a question.
Thank you, Chair. It was mentioned earlier that the two aircrafts, A220 and 190, are less noisier than A320 and 373 or whatever they're likely to be using. So why can't we put a condition on the airport that they should look for customers if these are less noisier, that they should look for customers who are willing to fly these planes instead of putting all these people in under such a noise and affecting so many people. The airport should be doing their bit to try and find customers with better planes.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Can I ask you to pop your camera on, please, if possible? Yeah. Oh, it's not showing on my...
Isn't it? It is on.
Okay, it's not showing on my screen. I don't know if other people can see Councillor Mann, but yep, there he is. We can see you now, Councillor Mann.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so a very good question there from Councillor Mann. I guess that's about mitigation at source. So actually having aircraft at the airport itself, which actually are quieter. Andy, did you want to respond to that?
Of course. Thank you. I think that the flight mix that has been sent through to us is a fair representation based on what the airport feel is the likely operators. And I think that's the thing which we have to be mindful of, is that the airport themselves don't provide the planes. It's actually it's operators which will use planes to serve certain routes. And so if, as a local authority, we started stipulating the type of planes that operate out of it, we may be straying into territory which is either covered by other legislation or being unreasonably restrictive on the operations of the airports. Now, the information that's been presented to us to consider, as we've heard, has been assessed in terms of the noise impact, but what it hasn't done is assessed, quite rightly, the future benefits that could come out from quieter planes. So that's something which, as I think one or two of the speakers have said, it is technology which we cannot yet rely on. We don't know when it's going to come forward. So I think it would be unreasonable at this stage to either have taken into account future noise mitigation through quieter planes, or seek that certain types of planes were used on air to keep the noise levels down, because we wouldn't be able to, we don't know whether the airport would actually be able to comply with that, because, as I say, the operators will decide which planes they want to use for certain areas. I'm sure that the airport team, when they come online in a while, will be able to give a bit more information around the use of the A220s and the Embraer plane that was mentioned an hour or so ago. But I think coming back to us as a local authority, it's the officer's opinion that the information as presented with the mitigation is has to be considered as it stands, and that goes into the planning balance, as Sue Thomas has just said. So we're not suggesting as officers they have to use those quieter planes, but it's a question that certainly it would be worth members posing to the airports when they come onto the stand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. And we're now going to go to Councillor Tyson Payne, please.
Thank you, Chair. As a result of your comments earlier, I want to clarify something. And I obviously missed this. So if currently where I live is not under the flight path or not affected by noise, but in the future, as a result of this extension, I am covered by noise, I won't get any mitigation at all for that change. And when I say I'm talking about one. So have I understood that correct? For up to 20,000 people will come under the flight path and the noise contours, but will get no mitigation because it's just at a lower level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson Payne. As you were referring to something I was saying, I thought I better. So it was with development. Sorry, I need to put my glasses on now. Hang on. So let me see. So we will have 46,050 people affected by noise above the 51 decibel level, and that's 34,600, which is new. So they weren't previously affected by noise at that level, but now are. Is that okay? But Andy, I don't know if you want to comment on that point, Andy. Have I answered that correctly?
Yes, yes, you have. It's a degree in which you measure the impact. So the fact that people using the scenario of the 51 dB contour, if you're currently outside of 51 dB contour, it doesn't mean you don't hear planes. But once you're within that 51 dB contour, then there can be a noticeable change in noise as a result of that. And the 51 dB contour is larger at 3 million passengers, or the equivalent air traffic movements, than it would be at 1 million. And that's why that figure of around about 20,000, I think, was mentioned, of additional population would be impacted. But they fall within that sort of, as Sue was mentioning earlier, the lowest to the significant range. And if it's less than 60, if a property is less than the 60 dB contour, there will be an increase in noise levels, but there wouldn't be mitigation offered in terms of the insulation package. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're now going to Councillor Doogie, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think this one's for Sue or probably Andy. In paragraph 931, you mentioned that the package of measures secured will go a long way to offsetting the impact of development. But you also mentioned that increase in noise level will be experienced in this, will have some adverse impact on the well-being and the health of the community. And I know that one of the speakers mentioned that that this will highly impact people who are poor, are vulnerable, unwell, and also on their mental health. Can you just clarify for the benefit some of those measures, apart from the noise which we've already heard of, what other measures in that package that's included to make sure that will sort of mitigate some of the adverse effect that's going to have on health for the residents of those surrounding areas?
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to come back on that.
Thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Thank you, Councillor Doogie. Well, the biggest mitigation measure is the noise insulation policy with the noise contour. So it's about condensing the amount of people which are affected detrimentally by noise. But if we move away from the noise insulation policy, as we've already heard, there's the health strategy, which will include public health representatives informing the decisions of the airports at the airport consultative committee level. That health strategy will require the applicants, the airport, to work with Eastleigh Borough Council, Southampton, because obviously the residents cover both, a community fund which will be helped to use, or will be used to help the improvement of open spaces and other projects. So there will always be a residual impact as a result of this development, and that is the decision that members are being asked to consider, is when weighing up the planning balance, where that harm is. We've set out in the report in terms of air quality, there isn't the impact. There's a very slight change, but not a significant change. But actually, when we look at the impacts on the community, there's also the benefits from an economics point of view that come into it, although that may not necessarily be classed equally balanced against maybe some of the health issues. There is a benefit in there as well. So the view is, as officers, with all of that together, that it tips it in favour, with the economic side, in favour of the development. And there is, I think, this scheme will never eradicate all the impacts, and that is why we're kind of in this decision of balancing the two. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. Can't see that anyone else wants to speak, so I'll just ask the final question that I just wanted to clarify, which was about the green spaces. And sorry, I'm trying to find it, but I couldn't find it quickly there. I know somewhere in the report it talks about the amount of sort of affected green space, and the fact that that's sort of actually increasing the amount of green space that's affected. This is sort of public green space that I'm talking about, and that was mainly attributed to the Hockley Golf Course. But then it also made a reference to Itchen Valley Country Park and also to Lakeside. But I couldn't quite, it's such a shame that I can't find the sentence now, but I couldn't understand what was being said in the report. It was saying something about those two green spaces and how they were affected by noise. And they clearly are significantly affected by noise currently. It seemed to be suggesting, and I couldn't tell, was it saying that's going to get worse, was that going to stay the same, or was that going to get better? And I just wanted to raise that now, because obviously one of our speakers was sort of pointing out the value of green spaces, and you know, from my own work, I sort of know the value of green spaces to calm the nervous system and to deal with the effects from the heart. So could you comment on that, please?
Chair, can I come back to you on that point? I'm just looking through the report myself to find that particular point. Can I come back to you on that?
Yep, of course, absolutely.
Thank
fine.
you.
Whilst you're looking for that, Andy Brennan, I understand, would like to come back on the point that I was just asking for some clarification around Eastleigh Borough's carbon budget and the suggestion that we will use it all within 7 years. So he was just going to clarify that for me.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Check it's okay this time. Within our climate emergency declaration, within the strategy, there is a line that says that some work was done by the Tyndall Centre in Manchester, who have climate and weather expertise, that they looked at budget forecasting as to what would you need it to be limited to in order to get to 1.5 degrees. The forecasting is slightly different and is more as a faster rate of drop than the Climate Change Committee, but what they said for the area of Eastleigh, a fair budget would be 3.8 million tonnes of CO2. Now, against our budget as an area, which currently sits around 600,000 tonnes, then you are looking at around roughly, so it's slightly less than 7 years before you use up the budget, and that is looking at reducing your annual area budget by 13.4% each year. What's most probably useful for councillors and members of the public to know is that that excludes international aviation and domestic aviation when it's talking about that number. The carbon budgets to date and the government reporting of carbon emissions for local areas do not include aviation and international shipping and a couple of other things. So it is looking at things like the transport, the land use, industry, domestic, across a raft of measures. But I think it's also worth mentioning that the national budgets don't include international aviation in them either. So in the ESA, where the applicant is comparing the impact of the development against national budgets, it's there for a reference point. Those budgets currently exclude international aviation.
Thank you very much. That was very helpful. I'm not sure, do we still have all our speakers with us? I'm not sure if they are or not. Yes, they're all back with me, so that's good. I was just going to say to Andy Granfield, I have found the paragraph that I was concerned with, which was para 660, if that helps you find, and it says something like a further 3% of the open space would move from currently high levels of noise in the 63 to 69 decibel contours, with the majority of this represented by Lakeside and Itchen Valley Country Park. So it says it will move from currently high levels. Does that mean it's getting better, or we still? Yep.
I found the same paragraph as well, so thank you. We're both looking at the same thing. Having looked into that and looked at the ES, it's actually saying that it will get noisier in certain areas as a result of the noise contours expanding out, and that's why that reference is in there. So the open space, understandably, if the ambient noise is getting louder, that more open space would be affected as a result of that.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that situation. So does any of the other councillors wish to take up any more of the issues that were raised by our 5 speakers? I can't see that anybody does, so I just want to say thank you so much to all of you. I know you've had a bit of a long wait in getting to sort of speak to us today, but we are really grateful for the questions that you have answered, and by the end of the evening you will have you will know how we have responded, so thank you for that. And if you would be able to leave the meeting now, we would be very grateful, and we'll invite the next group in. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to move straight on to our next speaker from the Labour Party, I believe. We have Mr. Joshua Constable, please. Mr. Constable, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Can you see and hear me okay, everyone?
We can indeed. The floor is
Wonderful.
Yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. And also just like to say a quick thank you to all the staff at Eastleigh Borough Council that have enabled this day's meeting to take place. I'm speaking on opposition to the proposed expansion on behalf of Eastleigh Constituency Labour Party, as Tina said. Our opposition is based on one key fact. We are in a climate emergency, a fact that Eastleigh Borough Council itself has enshrined by its declaration of a climate emergency in 2019. You cannot declare a climate emergency and then approve this plan without admitting your pledge was a hollow one. Despite the claims earlier in this meeting that party politics was irrelevant, it is important to note that every member of this committee is a member of Eastleigh Liberal Democrat Party. Councillors present today have refused to state if there is an official Lib Dem position on this expansion, and yet it's become increasingly clear that there is one. Local party leader Keith House has repeatedly made clear the current council administration's support for expansion, including publicly on social media. Freedom of information requests to reveal David Airy, the current cabinet member for transport, has in the past been provided first-class accommodation and travel from the airport. Our council is saying that they have never received advice or comments from the party leader or colleagues on approving this expansion. Yet again, Eastleigh is being faced with a develop first, infrastructure later approach. For 25 years, councillors and MPs have continued to promise new investment and infrastructure plans, but these have never been delivered. We cannot continue to overdevelop in the interest of private profit. This plan does not offer the much needed public transport for Eastleigh Borough. Therefore, increased customer travel to and from the airport will be by car. Considering the estimated increase in passenger numbers is in the millions, I asked the committee if they honestly think current infrastructure can bear any more car journeys. I want Eastleigh to succeed and I want to protect jobs wherever we can. However, giving carte blanche to an expansion that is universally acknowledged as being damaging to the environment during the climate emergency is unacceptable. Southampton Airport, as currently situated, will still be a viable business into the future, as has already been clarified by council staff and other speakers. We cannot allow the unprecedented effects of COVID-19 to cloud our judgment on this. Businesses such as British Airways have recognised this, and their decision to pick up new flights before this expansion has been decided as a vote of confidence in our airport. The council can do far more to wield wealth in our communities outside of this environmentally damaging expansion. The economic forecasting figures in this plan are both highly speculative nature and widely disputed by objectors. The new Economics Foundation has found that there would be little economic benefit from similar airport expansions in the UK. By enabling customers to travel and spend outside of the UK when we should be doing everything we can to grow our domestic economy could in fact prove to be a drain on our local economies. We shouldn't be happy with the crumbs of an expansion, the majority of the benefits of which will be had by those with no stake in our borough's future success, while the cost is borne solely by local people. It is for this reason I urge councillors not to break their promise to the people of Eastleigh that they made in 2019 when they declared a climate emergency and vote to oppose the expansion of Southampton Airport. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josh. I'm sure councillors will want to respond to you, but we're going to wait until we've heard from the other speakers in this section. So can I invite Mr. Richard Mulryan, please? Are you with us, Richard?
Yes, I am, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. In 2019, EBC declared a climate emergency and published an action plan for the borough to become carbon neutral by 2030. Councillors, if you permit this application, it will fly an Airbus A320 through that plan. Expansion enabled by the runway extension would result in an extra 370,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions a year, making the airport's total 600,000 tonnes, the same as from all business, domestic and other transport used in the borough. I thank Mr. Granfield for clarifying this point earlier. The figures making up the 40 million tonnes quoted earlier for the whole airport over the life of the development is only for the extra emissions and is shown in the table on page 90 of the ESA 2 main statement. It has been said that passengers flying from Southampton instead of the London airports would reduce emissions from shorter car journeys, but even if 1 million passengers a year did this, it would save at most 4% of the extra emissions. More importantly, the airport's leakage report says that 42% of local people would fly from Southampton, but not from those other airports, showing that this expansion won't just displace passengers from other airports, it will increase demand. If the airport's own operations become carbon neutral, that will save just 0.36% of the additional flight emissions. You may hear that the Aviation Emissions Reduction Scheme CORSIA will make reductions in emissions in future, but it is not yet in place. Reductions would rely on new technology. Hydrogen or electric aircraft are in the earliest stages of development, perhaps 15 years away at best. CORSIA would also depend heavily on dubious carbon offsetting, and tree planting takes too long to achieve the carbon storage needed. Any idea which might reduce emissions in 15 to 30 years' time is too slow, because at present rates, by 2030, cumulative global emissions will exceed the level at which a temperature rise of 1.5 degrees cannot be avoided, and we are currently on track for a 3.5 degree rise by 2100. Reductions are needed immediately to avert climate catastrophe, and airport expansion cannot be compatible with this. In the last year, a runway extension at Bristol Airport was refused, The French government decided not to build another runway at Paris-Charles de Gaulle, and even the UK government didn't challenge the appeal court's decision that the Heathrow third runway was unlawful. That was left to the airport itself. Planning policy is lagging behind public opinion and even further behind the science, leaving it to you to provide leadership and show Eastleigh residents that the climate emergency must be taken seriously. By 2040, maybe sooner, we will know if we can achieve net zero by 2050, avoiding catastrophic global warming. When you vote today, if you have children and grandchildren, please ask yourself, in 20 years' time, will I be able to look them in the eye and say I made the right decision? I urge you, do not permit this application in its current form. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now go to Lynn Brayshaw, please. Are you with us, Lynn?
Hello? Hello?
Hello. Yep, we can see and hear you, Lynn.
Eastleigh Environmental Health says, we remain concerned that proposed growth that results in such extensive increases in noise exposure is not in line with government policy. The Public Reports Pack says the development will cause a direct, long-term adverse effect of major significance, then claims that this is reduced to moderate by the mitigation measures. The noise mitigation is trivial. Insulation will be offered to just 5% of affected households, leaving 44,000 people without any relief. And if you're outdoors or have windows open, jet aircraft taking off drown out speech far beyond the 60 decibel contour. How will money via a community fund help people enjoy open spaces that will be spoiled by the extra noise? Or the children who don't learn because they can't concentrate and every time a plane goes by they can't hear the teacher? More weight should be given to these negative impacts because, as the report points out, the areas affected have higher levels of deprivation than average and indeed higher levels of pre-existing mental health issues. And the promised noise cap offers no actual mitigation, since the assessment which finds noise levels unacceptable is based on the very level the cap restricts noise to. Besides which, it only applies until the airspace is changed, which means by the time we need it, it will have evaporated. The planning report admits there is no guarantee that the airspace modernisation project will actually reduce the size of the 51 decibel contour. Eastleigh's emerging policy E9 says the requirement to not unacceptably increase noise and other environmental impacts on local residents can be given considerable weight in the making of this decision. The planning report says, without adequate mitigation, the increased level of noise exposure because of the proposed development would be unacceptable. The proposed mitigation is not adequate. So, I urge you to think of the people who will suffer from the increased noise and either refuse the application outright or find some way to put in mitigation that will genuinely reduce the impact. As the submission by Southampton City Council points out, it is perfectly possible for Eastleigh to impose restrictions on the size, type and movement of aircrafts to ensure the number of people to be affected by the extra noise is reduced. Caps on air traffic movements and or passengers are in place at other airports. So there is no reason why they can't be put in place at Eastleigh. A cap at 2 million passengers, the 2019 levels, would keep the noise down while still allowing the airport to survive. If it's really about survival, why would the airport refuse a cap at the 2019 levels? Finally, the officer showed noise maps, which, as noted, are to different scales. Why didn't they show the noise change map, which is clearer, or the N65 map showing numbers of noisy planes? Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Lynn. So we have two more speakers in this section. So that's going to be Leah Moulet and Simon Kirby. So just so those two people are aware, and if anyone else needs to take a quick comfort break because they don't want to miss their slot to speak, then they're aware of that. So I'm going to go to Leah first, please.
Hi, I'm Leah Mulet, a senior architect living and currently working from home in Eastleigh. I think it is unfair to say that the airport will disappear if the extension of the runway doesn't go ahead. We are all living through some challenging times and we need to be resilient and adapt. Southampton Airport has already shown that they can get new airlines flying and replacing the former Flybe routes. We are in a climate emergency and we can't continue operating in a way that doesn't acknowledge the current crisis. New business models and more creativity is needed. So why don't we think about improving the connectivity between Southampton Airport and Bournemouth Airport instead of creating another very similar airport competing for the same type of client? Bournemouth Airport is just 30 minutes away, and with better connectivity and collaboration, they could work together, creating a positive synergy. Southampton Airport could have most of regional flights that can easily be done with smaller propeller aircrafts, while Bournemouth Airport, which is in a much better location to operate jet aircrafts without the adverse noise impact, could offer most of the international connections. Eastleigh is not only 30 minutes away from Bournemouth Airport, but it is also connected by train with Gatwick Airport. Do we really need another international airport in this area? Is the increase of noise and its negative impact in the community worth it? Noise has been proven to have a negative impact on cognition. And as you know, many schools and nurseries will be affected by an unacceptable increase of noise. Noise impacts our sleep, our mental health. The mitigation proposed is not only insufficient, it is a bargaining token that is offering very little to a small number of households affected. The impact of the noise is much greater and will affect the community, not only in the houses, in their schools, but also while trying to enjoy the natural spaces around us. The only way to mitigate the noise impact is by limiting the noise that comes from the airport. Adding noise insulation doesn't do anything in the summer months with the windows open, when the airport will be the busiest. And it doesn't protect our natural spaces. There's no mitigation for that. Offering more flights to Southern Europe is not going to bring any growth to the local economy. It will offer cheap flights for British people to go on holidays while spending their money abroad. And yes, it is convenient to have an airport nearby offering cheap holidays, but that is not what needs to be encouraged right now. We need to lower our carbon emissions, and Eastleigh Borough Council should be committed to do so. Please think about the future generations. Think about the Eastleigh and Southampton residents that will have their lives ruined by the increased level of noise. Please refuse this planning application and make sure you don't make a decision that you will regret for the rest of your lives. And before I finish, I just wanted to point out that in the response from Andy Granfield to a question raised by Paul Bignell just before regarding the increased number of A32s, he said that there was a 40 to 50% increase, but that is not right. The increase is 160 times more A320s, and that is from 0.3 flights a day to 48 a day of these very much louder aircrafts. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And we are going to go now to Simon Kirby, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you at the moment, Simon.
Oh, so I just clicked on my video and it just told me at the top of the screen we couldn't use your webcam. So.
Okay, we'll just go with the audio, I'm being told. So if you want to speak to us now, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind going into the sort of session afterwards if that would be easier.
No, just if you just want to carry on, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. Well, I'm an aerospace engineer specialising in aircraft propulsion. I'm here to represent my family, my 3-year-old boy, and the views of about 60 people in my local community. The airport's generated contour maps predicting noise levels before and after the proposed development. Between 2016 and 2033, turbopropeller aircraft flights are projected to reduce from 740 flights per week to 400, whilst A320 jet flights go from 2 per week to 336. That's almost 50 A320 flights per day, circa 1 every 20 minutes. The A320 generates more than double the sound pressure level at 1,000 foot compared to a Dash 8 aircraft. I'd ask the panel to put the data and contour maps to one side for a minute and imagine yourself in our area next to the runway extension, i.e. the area where the engines are set to maximum thrust before the brakes are released. The Dash 8 aircraft are noisy, but the community tolerates this and prefers to see the airport prosper for the benefit of the region. The prospect of big A320 jets taking off and landing every 20 minutes is a very different matter. The peak noise of these events will be double the Dash 8, that's double the perceived loudness, not the relatively small increase as Andy Grenfield noted in his planning documents. It's important to note that bigger jets are heavier, accelerate slower, and causing not only much louder, but also much longer disruptive events. For our area, it is important to note that these noisy events are still actually relatively small compared to the total 20-minute cycle between flights. So the total average level doesn't change that much, even with these drastic changes in the peak noise characteristic. Our area, even though it is so close to the airport, doesn't fall mostly within the average contours considered to be highly annoying. Our homes don't qualify for the noise insulation scheme. A better metric to capture the impact of the noise in our community is simply to monitor the maximum noise level. I strongly believe the maximum noise level permitted from the airport should be capped to levels associated with previous operations, i.e. the Dash 8 aircraft, and perhaps a few exceptions per day, perhaps maybe 4 or 5, may be permitted to enable tightly controlled operation of the larger jet aircraft. The max noise limit is also convenient to monitor to ensure compliance, and it's really easy to communicate to the public. Given there are limited options to change flight paths, capping the max noise level like this is the only really effective mitigation whilst providing the airport some freedom. The planning officers appreciate the significance of the noise increase. Andy Grenfield states in his final planning report, without adequate mitigation, the increased level of noise exposure because of the proposed development would be unacceptable. Unfortunately, the benefits of the noise insulation scheme have been overstated. The vast majority of homes already have double glazing, and there's no mitigation via insulation for time spent with windows open or outside.
I'm really sorry, Simon. I think you're at your time now.
I'm just finishing. So it's fair to say the noise insulation scheme is merely a token gesture. So thank you very much, Chair, and all of the councillors, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. If the 5 of you were happy to stay online just for a little bit longer. So councillors, do you have any questions that you want to ask, or any points, Andy, that you would like to clarify? Okay, so I'm seeing Councillor Tyson-Payne is saying all her questions have been covered earlier, and Councillor Bicknell wishes to speak. Before he does, there's just one point that I want to to respond to as chair of this committee, which is the some of the comments that were made by Mr. Constable from the Labour Party, just in terms of the position on this. I want to state very clearly, as has already been referenced in a previous answer, this is a planning matter, and as such this will be considered on planning guidelines and according to planning law, and there is no policy statement on this one whatsoever. In terms of this application, it is for the 8 of us this afternoon to listen to members of the public such as yourselves, to have read the report, and at the end of the day, having heard all of that and taking into consideration all the things that we should take into consideration, we will then make our decision. Councillor House's views on the airport are immaterial to our decision today, because it is the 8 of us who will be making a decision at the end of today as to whether or not we agree with the officer's recommendation, which is currently to permit. So I just want to be very clear on that. In terms of the comment made about Councillor Airy, I can't say anything further on that. I know nothing about that. Councillor Bicknell, to your question, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for reiterating those points with reference to councillors' obligations with reference to a planning decision. It's a very quick question because I can't find it, but there's one for Andy, but there's something somewhere in the report, an EU or an E something legislative thing around us being able to dictate the aircraft, the types of aircraft that can land at the airport. And also, I already believe that we actually, through charging, penalise dirtier, older aircraft. I will admit I can't remember all the exact, precise, tiny little details on that, but perhaps you could elaborate and clarify. Thank you, Andy.
Andy, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's the EU 598 is referenced in paragraph 573 of the committee report, and that talks about operational restrictions that could be put in place through the aviation industry. That's something which I would hand that question, answering that question, over to Sue Thomas to come back with a little bit of information. But going back to an earlier point that was made, it picks up on a point Councillor Tyson Payne raised this morning about the difference in scales between the two plans of the existing noise and the proposed noise levels. And I think one of the speakers, Lynn Bradshaw might have picked up on this as well. We've gone back through the noise documents, and if I share my screen, I can show you a plan which does differentiate between the existing and the proposed on the same plan. So hopefully you will see on your screen shortly a coloured plan. Is that on your screen? Yep. So what we're looking at here is the green areas is the increased of the 51 dB contour, so we can see how much further north it extends and south, and nowhere near as wide to the east and the west. And again, the same for the 63 and the 65 in the centre of the screen. So that's basically overlaid the contours as a comparison of the 2020 and the 2033 with development as proposed. So I think that's quite a useful plan to show the extent of the increase geographically of the noise area when looking at the contours. So I'll stop sharing that, and maybe if I could ask Sue Thomas, the Environmental Health Officer, to comment on the sort of the operations and the EU 598 reference. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Andy. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I am switched on. So the query that we raised about the EU 598 was just that anything that restricts access to the airport needs to be it's not something that can be done through planning anymore, because obviously aviation is an international industry and there are implications more widely. So it's our understanding that anything that restricted the type of aircraft would need to go through a separate process, a bit like the changes to flight paths and things. So, you know, certainly something we're trying to incentivise with things like the noise cap is to encourage the use of quieter aircraft, but we don't believe that it's something that we can reasonably specify that the airport does at the moment. While I'm here, is it all right if I just mention a couple of speakers have talked about the noise cap only lasting until airspace change comes in, and I just wanted to clarify that the intention for that was when we were exploring possible mitigation, a lot of representations that were made talked about things like steeper takeoffs and steeper approaches, changing the flight paths, changing the MPRs, and that's all something that needs to be done via the Civil Aviation Authority through the airspace change process. Now that is happening in parallel. It's something that's going through, and it's worth speaking to the airport about that later on when they're on the stand. But our intention was that, given that airspace change may well provide some additional mitigation that can't be delivered or can't be guaranteed at this stage, the noise cap would be reviewed at the point of airspace change being agreed. That will go through its own separate environmental assessment process and consultation, and so our intention was to then review the noise cap at that point, and hopefully to reduce it if they can demonstrate that through airspace change they can reduce the impacts on the people affected by the airport. So I just wanted to clarify that it's not that the noise cap will evaporate. Hopefully we'll be able to tighten it up given new evidence on flight paths and operating procedures.
Thank you very much for that. I'm sorry, I'm just checking the chat to make sure I've included everybody. Helen, one of our legal team, is just going to speak to us about going back to a comment that was made previously. Helen?
Hello, yes. Comments were made about Councillor Airy having had travel paid for by the airport. Now, I haven't had sight of the Freedom of Information request referred to, but what I can confirm is that Councillor Airy is not a member of this committee, but he is the chair of the Airport Consultative Committee, and in that capacity is required to travel to an annual conference, which could be anywhere in the United Kingdom, to represent the Airport Consultative Committee at the national conference. So I'm hoping that might help to clear that up, but if councillors want further clarification, we can look into that further.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I just wondered if, I'm not sure if this would be Andy, could you possibly say more to us about the how the community fund will work, please? I've noticed that several speakers, both in this batch and the previous batch, were sort of really trying to sort of understand what concrete things will be done for those people who have who are experiencing social deprivation, maybe experiencing mental health problems, who are living in that sort of the area which is very much affected. What will be done with them to help them with the health impacts from the noise that they will be experiencing? I understand about the person attending the consultative committee, but in terms of the daily lives of those people who are, for example, living with mental health, how will their lives be sort of improved? What will be done to help them deal with the noise? Are we aware of how that will work? And also in terms of, I believe it's a £2 contribution for every flight over a certain number of flights, but obviously that fund then takes time to sort of build up to something usable. So does that mean nothing would happen until you get a certain sized pot? Are you able to sort of explain any more?
Of course, thank you, Chair. The community fund is developing in terms of the projects that it could go towards. We've been talking with our own health and wellbeing team, and they've identified sort of projects which are happening at the moment to sort of engage with the local communities, targeting those who are affected, looking at opportunities to improve access to, say, open space areas. But at this moment in time, we don't have set projects in place, but the strategy which will be worked up as part of this, as part of the 106, will be sort of a joint approach working with the ACC, so the Airport Consultative Committee, Eastleigh and Southampton and specialists within those areas, as long as public health, to target groups. And at the moment, that's really the framework that we've got as to for that. In terms of the contributions, you're right, but based on a similar process that's operated out of Farnborough Airport. That's on a pounds per flight, which I think is £2 as well from there. And I'm working on the basis that it is on the additionality of flights. Then we are looking at how that will be funded, because obviously there will be a lag in money coming in. Is it a case that there's opportunities to front fund it? Is it either from the airport or from other means? But we are still working through that at the moment, and we don't have the fine detail of that. So the 106 will set out a framework with a bit more detail around that, but at this stage we're still working through what that actually will entail.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. Councillor Doogie had a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just on that point. So when do we think that contribution to the community fund is going to kick in? Is it going to be after the development is taking place, or is it the case it's going to take place in the process of that? Because I think it needs to be clarified as to when exactly that's going to be. That's going to be taking place if we're going to go. Well, if we're going to be if this is going to be considered as a major part of the application.
Andy, I don't know if you want to come back. I think Councillor Doogie just wasn't quite clear on the explanation that you gave.
Yeah. So in terms of the phasing of that payment, as it's linked to the additional air traffic movements, then they should be proportionate in terms of the impacts as they grow. But we are still talking, as I say, to the airport about the timing of securing that funding and making sure that we can sort of the opportunities are there to delay any lag between impact and mitigation. But at this, we haven't spoken to the airport yet about the exact timing of that, but that's something we will be working out through the development of the Section 106 prior to a decision being made on this application.
Okay, so if you just go back on this one as well, Tina, I'll go one more after this. Are you anticipating for this funding to be ring-fenced so that yes, that money is locked?
Yes. Okay.
On another point as well, in terms of the installation, I know that a lot of people mentioned about that in terms of the 5K being attributed to every household. I think I've asked you this before. Is that going to be linked to inflation? Depending on how much the cost is going to grow throughout the years, and again, I think someone mentioned about the fact that if they were to move house or someone to move in, would that person be eligible for that money to be allocated to the house again for that installation to take place, so that the noise level meet obviously their need and not the one who left the premises?
Okay, thank you. In terms of the inflation costs, the inflation question, because the airport have now committed that there'll be no additional cost imposed on the homeowner, then that will be met, whether it's an inflationary rise or whether it's the actual cost of insulation goes up, then that will be met for the property. So there wouldn't be, in short, yes, it would sit in line with inflation, but even if inflation hadn't gone up sufficient and there was additional costs, that would still be borne by the airport team. The second question is around, will there be sort of two bites at insulation? The noise contouring will forecast which properties need to be approached, and within the noise insulation policy there'll be a window where people are contacted, and we'll make sure as part of that noise insulation policy it's not just a letter or just digital, it's not just once, but there'll be a number of opportunities for people in the first quarter of a year, which is being tabled at the moment, as being the opportunity to request some noise insulation. If in that instance the property doesn't come back or they decline to have insulation because it's within their gift to do that, if they sold the property in a number of years' time, I don't think the opportunity is there for the new purchasers to revisit that and claim it again. So it will be at a set period of time where all the properties who fall within that contour will be contacted, and we will expect on an annual basis a report to show how the airport have demonstrated they've sought to make contact, and how many people have declined to take it.
Okay, so just quickly as well, can you confirm what that length of time is for the general public, for people to be contacted?
At the moment, in the draft heads of terms, we're looking at the first 3 or 4 months of each year. People will be contacted and given the opportunity to respond, and then there'll be multiple contacts through that period if there's no response to the first contact that's made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So I cannot see that anyone else wishes to speak at this stage. So what I'm actually going to ask is that we now take a comfort break of 10 minutes. And so we will return with hearing some more objectors then. Thank you. So welcome back to the ELAC meeting to determine the Southampton Airport application. So the next group of speakers that we're going to hear from, the first one will be Emma Morrison. So I can see Emma. Yeah, I can see Emma. Sorry, just before you start talking, I just need to do a couple of house rules for some of our councillors, and just to ask councillors, please can you make sure that you only use the chat just to indicate that you wish to speak. And also, can I just say for any outside people that the chat feature is just for councillors, just so I can see that they want to ask a question and I can bring them into the meeting. Also, I do need to remind councillors that this is one of our formal meetings and this is a really important meeting that we need to make sure that we conduct ourselves appropriately. So can I just remind everyone to please always indicate in the chat that you wish to speak and wait for me to bring you into the chat, please. And sorry, I'm just going to if you can bear with me just 1 second, someone's asking me something. Sorry, and the final communication is those members of the public that are waiting to speak, if you're not actually speaking or if you have spoken, can I ask you to switch your cameras off? Because we are having problems at the moment with the bandwidth and it's slowing the whole thing down. So with enough of that, I'm very pleased to welcome Emma to our meeting this afternoon. So the floor is yours, Emma.
Thank you, Chair. I'm from Pegasus Group. I represent Anchor Hanover, who operate Bishopstoke Park to the north-east of the airport. Anchor Hanover is England's largest not-for-profit provider of accommodation and care services for older people. It provides accommodation for 40,000 people in care homes, extra care developments, retirement villages and sheltered housing. Bishopstoke Park is a retirement village for people in need of a level of care or wellness provision. It lies on the western edge of Bishopstoke and is frequently subject to aircraft passing directly overhead at a low level. The residents strongly object to the extension to the runway and associated works due to the significant increase in noise, which will have a further impact on residential amenity. Aircraft often fly at low altitude, both on landing and takeoff, over Bishopstoke Park, despite it being outside the MPR centre line for aircraft using the airport. Deviation from this line is permitted in Civil Aviation Authority guidance, and therefore properties on the edge of the flight path are subject to higher noise levels than indicated in the supporting documents, and these are likely to increase further if this application is approved. Aircraft can continue to fly over Bishopstoke Park without being in breach of any proposed planning controls, and the noise evidence provided has not adequately taken into account the variability of the flight paths around the airport. The applicant suggested that the harm from increased noise levels would be offset by the insulation grant. However, this mitigation will not help residents outside of but adjacent to the 60 decibel contour. These residents, including those of Bishopstoke Park, will still be subject to a harmful increase in noise from aircraft, likely above that projected by the applicant, and would not be eligible for the insulation grant. While the residents of the Bishopstoke Park are not concerned about monetary compensation, this is the sole meaningful noise mitigation being offered by the applicant. There remains a high potential for significant long-term impacts on the amenity of residents of Bishopstoke Park through increased noise resulting from more frequent use of larger, more laden aircraft at Southampton Airport. This level of harm is not considered to be outweighed by the economic benefits to the area, and it is for these reasons that we sincerely hope that you refuse the application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Emma, and if you wouldn't mind hanging on with us for a little bit longer whilst we hear from the other speakers. So my next speaker is Felix Eigenbrod, please.
Thank you. A key reason why Eastleigh planning officers are recommending the runway extension goes ahead is the supposed economic benefits it brings. However, many key statements made by the airport and accepted by face value in the planning report are actually factually incorrect. First, the officers take at face value the airport's claim that longer runways is needed to attract other airlines. However, London City, which has a shorter runway than Southampton, is looking forward to a substantial expansion of, I think, from 5 to 10 million passengers with quieter planes, such as the A220, which has been mentioned earlier. Second, the airport claims it will never reach its break-even point of 1.2 million passengers a year, as numbers will plateau at about 1 million. However, this has already been shown to be wrong, with the new routes from British Airways being announced, which haven't been taken into account by the planning officers. Third, I wish to challenge the statement by Eastleigh officers that a possible leakage of passengers to other airports justifies the business case for the development. The airport's own documents show that only 58% of flights by local residents would take place from other airports. Since only 15% of passengers take 70% of flights, and since only 43% of people fly in any given non-pandemic year, that's just 6% of the population. So what's good for them really should not be given such huge weight. It's also really important to point out that the extra 42% of local flights that would otherwise not happen carry a huge carbon cost associated with them, and again far outweigh the emissions of people driving to Gatwick instead. A business model that encourages more flying, and that is exactly what the airport is proposing, is clearly not sustainable and is completely incompatible with the climate emergency. I also want to challenge the claim that the extension is needed for survival. If that's the case, why is the airport not offering to cap emissions at roughly 2 million passengers that they used at the pre-COVID peak? That's way above the 1.2 million passengers they claim for survival. Southampton City Council has suggested a 25% increase, just capping based on carbon numbers at much lower than 3 million figures. Why has Eastleigh Council officers not even considered this? The planning officers also accept at face value the airport's claim of a 2.8% growth in the region due to the expansion. However, this figure comes from a report by PricewaterhouseCoopers and is based on the effects of the connectivity of all airports on the UK, on the entire UK economy. The report makes it clear that most of this benefit comes via Heathrow, for freight and business travel to countries like Brazil and China, hardly applicable to Southampton. This means that taking the 2.8% growth figure for the UK to apply to the Southampton region is just plain wrong. The airport's promise of direct jobs also don't hold water. They've been wrong before. In 2006, it promised an extra 537 jobs by 2015. In fact, there were 54 fewer. Now it admits that there would only be 470 extra jobs going from 2 to 3 million passengers. And yeah, so in summary, because of this is wrong, the planning balance is wrong. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felix. And again, if you wouldn't mind hanging on, we next move to Angela Cotton, please. Angela, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Lovely.
Okay. Thank you very much. This decision rests on a balance between the economy and the environmental harms, notably noise. This balance compares poorly with other airports. Southampton's noise impacts ranks third compared with the UK's 9 largest airports, while its economic impacts are tiny. Noise impact per passenger is worst of them all. Noise at Southampton will increase by 135% for a mere 50% increase in passengers, hardly balanced. As for passenger leakage, attracting more passengers to Southampton isn't good for people under the flight path, with the main competitor airport being Gatwick, which carries 14 times more passengers, while exposing a quarter of the number of people to aircraft noise above 151 dB. The overall societal impact of attracting these passengers to Southampton is negative. The noise mitigations seem designed to do the bare minimum they can get away with, for example, only decreasing the noise insulation threshold after Southampton City voted to oppose. The noise cap is modelled on 3 million passengers, barely below the maximum of 3.3 the site can handle, and as has been said, the noise assessment is based on 3 million passengers. The cap doesn't offer additional mitigation. The planning report admits there's no evidence insulation will mitigate the harmful effects in Bitton Park School. There's no evidence it mitigates health effects either. And please clarify whether the full price will be offered. I thought it was only up to 5,000. As has already been said, it won't help the 43,000 people who will suffer significant increases in noise below 60 decibels. Deprived groups are overly represented, will be disproportionately harmed, But since we have no details of what the community fund will be spent on, how can we trust it will mitigate anything? Noise consultants commissioned by Southampton City Council concluded the proposals didn't justify downrating the noise impact from significant to moderate. Given the inadequacy of these mitigations, the only other option is restrictions at source. The planning report calls this an unreasonable restriction on airport activities. So why can the airport impose unreasonable noise impacts on local people? Other UK airports have limits on passenger or flight numbers, so they are possible here, even if they will take time to work up. Economies of scale mean the difference in economic benefits between 3 million and say 2 million passengers is small, compared with the difference between having or not having the airport. Finally, I'm disturbed by the confusion over whether the CO2 emissions are total or, as is the case, additional. This affects the planning balance, so the figure should have been accurate. The development adds 370 kilotons to a baseline of 232. So perhaps if we can't restrict the type of planes, we can have a cap on CO2 flight emissions. But better still, please refuse this application outright. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So we're now going to go to, we have a couple of councillors from Southampton City Council joining us. So we're first going to go to Councillor Rob Harwood.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Thanks to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and the other Bitton Park councillors, Councillor David Fuller, Councillor Ivan White, and the many residents of Bitton Park who have contacted us to express their wish to object to the planned runway extension. I'd like the panel to reflect for a moment that this isn't about numbers, flights, economic viability, or any other variable or metric to do with the future running of the airport. This is about people. The 60,000 or so of our joint residents in Southampton and Eastleigh who live directly under or very close to the flight path. This is about quality of life, the basic right of our residents to live peaceful lives uninhibited by unacceptable noise and pollution. This proposal will generate increased noise. No one disputes that fact. I've listened to the airport's simulations of the A320 fully loaded taking off and landing. And I've done it from various roads in Bitton Park to get a fair view of what it is. I can only say that I was absolutely appalled that anyone should have to suffer such a disturbance of industrial noise day in and day out in their own homes. The levels are above those recommended by the World Health Organization, particularly over the Bitton Park School. If this level of noise was generated in a factory, employees working there would need to wear ear defenders to comply with health and safety legislation. Are we prepared to make our residents suffer in their own homes like this? Should these plans go ahead, the quality of life of many thousands of residents will be impacted in a way that's totally unacceptable in the UK or elsewhere in the 21st century. And I want to concentrate on the noise impact, the noise disturbance, because that is a planning factor, as the panel will know. I don't need to remind you of that fact, and I'm not trying to teach you to suck eggs. But noise is something that you can refuse in place to stop this noise impacting our residents. You can't seal houses and schools forever. I mean, we've seen in the current pandemic that the movement of air is most important for infection control. It's important for healthy living. So as soon as during spring, summer or autumn, our residents and our schools open their windows, and I don't see what mitigation can be put in place regarding insulation that stops the need for fresh air. So I believe the mitigation of insulation, and it doesn't cover everyone, is false, and it doesn't mitigate the noise impact to our residents. So I'd like the panel members to consider that foremost in their mind. You know, would you like to be living in the shoes of the residents? Some of you do, I know, who live under this flight path or very close to it. They'll be blighted by this proposal.
And that's time.
Please do the right thing and refuse this application on the basis of sound disturbance. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Harwood. And now we're going to go to Councillor John Savage, please.
Sorry, Chair, before Councillor Savage starts, could I just ask Angela Cotton and Councillor Harwood to turn their cameras off, please, because we are getting quite a lot of interference. Thank you.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Councillor Savage. We can't hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me?
It's better with the mic down, but it's very, very faint, Councillor Savage.
I've got.
You're muted at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I hope that's not my 3 minutes. Okay, so my name's Councillor John Savage, and I want to echo the comments by a council colleague of mine, Rob Harwood. I'm a councillor for Portswood. I've also been contacted actually directly by people in his ward in Bitton Park as well. Talking about aviation noise levels is very difficult. I remember talking to somebody from SIA, and they told me that people will get used to it. But the bottom line is that, like air pollution, it's measurable, and the effects in academic and engineering spheres are well known. People sometimes say it doesn't bother them, but like poor air quality, it's insidious, and it's got a measurable effect on life outcomes. All the evidence shows this. Poor outcomes, conversations, reduced contact with neighbours and friends. People won't stop to chat over the garden fence, stuff like that. It affects engagement in gardening, local walks, and reduces active travel. In schools, increased noise annoyance leads to disruptive behaviour, instructions not heard, questions not asked, and overall reduced learning results. To be honest with you, there's another thing here really too with cognitive effects and everything. It's really, really poor. These are all nudge effects, not much in themselves, but over 5 or 10 years, the effect on concentration, cognition is absolutely shocking, and substantial falls in average reading ages have been consistently recorded in areas where increased aviation noise at these levels has been introduced. Likewise, for all the reasons listed above, incidents of cardiovascular disease due to less exercise, increased smoking, drinking to settle the nerves, and attempt to tackle the effects of sleeplessness and so on, not to mention the increased conflict and domestic violence caused by fractious and worn down family life, and loneliness and isolation, all caused by noise. Now, we as councillors, I'm sure you do too, check metrics. You're looking at to see what the mortality rates are like, what the illnesses that are coming up in your wards, and how we drive these down over years. Southampton City Council, through local projects and councillors like me, we're all investing in our communities to prevent these very things that this airport is going to lead to. We all know that there's a balance, and everybody's talked about it. But the project's not being met. The balance in this has not been met. St Denis will suffer from an increase in noise from 51 to 54 dB, and Bitton Park 57 up to 60 in parts, and projected figures for 2033 are much higher. Remember that according to the Civil Aviation Authority in 2018, the threshold for significant annoyance is 57 decibels. Even moderate levels impact annoyance and health education outcomes. But when comparing the benefits, we talked about this before many times, that Gatwick Southampton has got 3 times as many residents subject. Sorry, Gatwick has got 57. Start again. Gatwick has almost 3 times as many residents subject to noise levels greater than 57 dB, but only between 2 and 3 million passengers a year, compared to Gatwick's 47.5 million. It just doesn't make sense. The figures don't stack up. And Gatwick, Chair, I think it was going to get 30 seconds notice, I believe. Gatwick, Luton and Heathrow all offer compensation for mitigation measures to all households in the 57 decibel contour. So I'm not really sure why SIA is consistently staying with the 60 decibel contour as the where the compensation is going to be provided. To be honest with you, it's absolutely outrageous. Our communities are being damaged by a decision you are making, and it's going to affect the health of our people, and it will last for generations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Savage. I allowed you those extra 30 seconds for your cheek there. So we're going to finish this section with Paul Barton, who is Head of Planning and Economic Development. Hampton City Council.
Thank you. Can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Paul Barton. I'm the Head of Planning and Economic Development at Southampton City Council. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity of setting out to your committee the City Council's position on the proposal to extend the runway at Southampton International Airport. The application has been considered by the City Council's Planning and Rights of Way panel on 3 occasions as the application has proceeded prior to the meeting here today. On each occasion, the panel considered the economic role of Southampton International Airport, its wider environmental impact and the impact, principally noise, on the local population. The City Council has just adopted its economic and green growth strategy. One of the pillars of this strategy is the international position of the city to attract both investment and visitors. A successful and growing international airport will support these strategic objectives, as well as sustain and grow employment to support the wider economic recovery of the area. The airport will also have a crucial role to play in the successful delivery of the Solent Freeport proposal. The City Council has a Green City Charter to which the airport is a signatory. The environmental consequences of the proposed expansion, principally due to increases in carbon dioxide production, will be borne by current and future generations. It is also considered that the proposed introduction of electric or green aircraft is too far in the future to offset against environmental damage. The City Council notes its residents will be most impacted by increases in aircraft noise. This will have an adverse impact upon the health and well-being of residents, as has been outlined by other speakers. The Council notes that the proposed mitigation offered to protect residents from noise falls below that offered by airports such as Gatwick and Luton. It is also noted that your own environmental health officer can find no justification for the maximum proposed contributions towards mitigation. The City Council recognises that this was going to be a difficult decision, but after carefully weighing up the evidence presented, it determined that the noise and environmental impacts of the proposal would have a detrimental impact on the city and its residents, and that this marginally outweighed the economic benefits. Hence, the City Council objected to the application. The City Council recognises that it is for Eastleigh Borough Council to determine whether the application is approved. If approval is given, the Council is keen to work with both Eastleigh Council and the airport to ensure appropriate mitigation is in place and delivered to minimise the environmental impact of the proposed expansion. And we've previously provided ideas on this matter to Eastleigh. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So can I now open it up? That's the end of this particular group. So can I now open it up to any councillors who want to ask any questions, or similarly whether Andy would like to come back on any points that were raised? Okay, I can't see that councillors are asking anything. Andy, did you want to pick up on any points that were made?
Thank you, Chair. I think most of the points, if not all of them, have already been covered through previous discussions.
Okay. So I would just like to thank you all for participating in this afternoon's session, and we're very grateful for the contributions that you have made. Oh, sorry, I have got Councillor Bicknell who now wishes to speak. Councillor Bicknell.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually something for later on, because I think we're actually going to need professional technical advice on it. But there's been a reference made to Southampton City Airport as a comparison to Southampton. I don't know enough about it, so I'm guessing that we might need, if that question and that comparison can be deferred until later, until we have some aviation experts in the room, please.
Do you mean London City Airport?
Sorry, I do. What did I say?
Southampton.
Oh no, sorry. Yes, the comparison. Sorry, yeah, the comparison that has been made between London City Airport, which we do know has a shorter runway, and Southampton Airport. I don't know enough about it to be able to comment. So I wonder if we can perhaps defer that comparison until we have some aviation experts in the room, please, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. So if none of the councillors wish to ask any other questions, I think you feel that all the points that have been raised have been previously covered. So thank you very much for your contributions this afternoon. And if you're now happy to leave the leave the session, please. And we will move on to our next session, which is with councillors from this council who aren't actually members of the ELAC committee, but they wish to speak. So we're going to begin that session with Councillor Couldry.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. You won't be surprised to hear that whatever you do, you're going to be wrong. If you reject the application, it's an economic disaster, and if you agree the proposal, it's an environmental disaster. It's clear that the airport's in some difficulty. It expects to recover from COVID, but the collapse of Flybe shows that there are longer-term difficulties. We need to help because the airport's hugely important to the future of the area. It provides jobs, both in the airport and the wider community. Local businesses need it. It's a key part of the Solent-free port bid. Moreover, if we're to create jobs and businesses in the large commercial development area to the north of the runway, we need that airport. Even more important from my point of view and from those of my residents, we're never going to be able to get into Eastleigh unless we get a chicken hole lane link. And the only way of doing that is with this airport being thriving. However, the environmental objections are overwhelming. The impact of this will be devastating. The proposed mitigation doesn't really work, and even the system of measurement's pretty iffy. More flights of noisier aircraft are going to have a serious impact on the health and education of the communities that live under its flight path. More importantly, we've got to stop poisoning our children. And this means actually reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. The Climate Change Committee has reported that to achieve net zero, there must be no net increase in aviation capacity in the UK. Now, if we get this application allowing this airport to improve price, somewhere else there's got to be a reduction, and that's a big ask. It's also the amount of greenhouse gas that this will emit is huge. Some suggest that the level of emissions are as great as will be as currently generated by all the homes, businesses, etc. in Eastleigh. Going ahead with this as it plans makes a mockery of the council's declaration of a climate emergency. So we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We must have it and we can't have it. How can you square that circle? Well, I think the way forward is outlined in the planning officer's report. They suggest some restrictions on greenhouse gas emissions and noise that have been suggested as equivalent to restrictions on passenger movement. Clearly, the proposed cap, equivalent to 3 million passenger movements a year, is far too high. It will barely limit the environmental damage in the long term and have no effect at all in the short term. But we also know that the airport is profitable, equivalent to 1.2 million passenger movements per annum, not very far from the passenger levels before COVID. So you can help the airport and our communities by agreeing to the extension, but limiting noise and greenhouse gas emissions to the level needed at the 1.2 million equivalent, possibly. Anyway, the level needed to avoid the worst environmental damage. That's the way I think you should go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Nick. And now I'd like to invite Councillor Gin Tidridge to join us, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you and we can see you. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you very much indeed, Chair. I was asked by Democratic Services if I was objecting or supporting this application. I was wondered that's a rather binary approach, really echoing some of the stuff that Councillor Cowdery said earlier. But I am speaking today on behalf of myself, Councillor Parker-Jones, Councillor Dean, and reflecting the many messages we've had from Bishopstoke residents really concerned about this scheme. The situation we have today is that carbon emissions, noise and economic factors should all mean a clear refusal. However, if the application is approved, I request that this committee add conditions limiting the number of flights, the timing of flights and the number of passengers at 2018 levels. If future technology enables quieter, low carbon flights, the applicant could at that time apply to vary the permission. If the economic outlook of the airline sector improves, this will help the applicant to justify the an application to vary the permission. Relying on technology that just does not exist and is not forecasted to exist when considering this application today is simply unsafe. Justifying approval based on economic factors when airlines face an unprecedented challenge to their viability is reckless. Current planes emit high levels of carbon. More larger planes means higher carbon emission levels. The only plan that the aircraft industry as a whole has for carbon is offsetting. That's all it's got. Approving this application is not congruent with this council's declared climate change emergency, and I refer members to paragraph 348, which describes how refusal should follow if a resulting emissions increase would have a material impact on the ability of the government to meet its carbon reduction targets. Given that the majority of airports in the UK are applying to expand, and I refer you to an article in Air Quality News from February 2020, this application is clearly a contributing factor to a material UK-wide impact. Approval could therefore expose Eastleigh to legal challenges. And if passengers are expected to use sustainable transport, why is the currently underused car parking on site to be increased? Current planes are noisy, especially on takeoff, especially jets. The applicant has taken the odd decision to average out noise over time, inappropriate when the nature of the noise is comparable to a gunshot or cannon firing. Averaging out this kind of noise over time does not reflect its impact. Residents of Bishopstoke, the ward I represent, report disturbance from noise already. Peak noise following this expansion will be closer to Bishopstoke and Campbell Road in Eastleigh because the largest aircraft will start their takeoff from the most northern part of the runway. Noise doesn't only impact people. The site is adjacent to the globally significant River Itchen Special Area of Conservation. And one of the reasons why we actually passed the climate change and environmental emergency motion with such gusto was that we were concerned about its impact on ecology and also its impact on people's health. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tidridge. We're now going to Councillor Lucy Judd, please.
Hello, can you hear me? See me?
We can see and hear you.
Lovely, thank you. Councillors Bearder and Goma will also be speaking today on the impacts of the proposal on climate change as well as the wider economics, but I'd like to focus on the impact on our residents. The residents across both Southampton and Eastleigh Borough that are under the current flight path are some of the most economically deprived in the area. It's worth also noting that these residents in these areas are also the least likely to see any of the benefits of the airport and are least likely to fly abroad for holidays or business. We are likely to see a wider area of potentially falling into further deprivation as house prices fall. And while lower house prices are not material considerations in planning policy, the economic decline in areas under the flight path does question the social sustainability and surely undermines the planning framework's general presumption in favour of sustainable development. We are benefiting the few at the cost of many. Another area to consider is the increase in health costs. There's evidence of increased occurrences of cardiovascular disease related to noise disturbance, as well as significant mental health impacts. The runway extension will eventually extend the sound contour, increasing the number of households affected by noise to 18,050 by 2033. This will require more funding into social wellbeing and healthcare, not just in our borough, but across the whole region. While the airport is proposing to offer noise insulation to households within the 63 decibel noise contour, there is little evidence that soundproofing mitigation has any effect on reducing these health outcomes. You can't insulate and soundproof open spaces and public parks, which many people use to exercise, get fresh air and to take time out. I also have deep concerns over the impact of this development on our young people. There is evidence to support that schools exposed to aircraft noise are not healthy educational or living environments. The World Health Organization recommends that classrooms are not subjected to levels louder than 35 decibels. There are 12 schools in the area that will fall within the 51 to 63 decibel range. Studies show that while some students can compensate for noise levels by filtering out noise, this over time can become exhausting and have a detrimental effect on cognitive ability and memory recall. Mitigation against this is being offered by providing insulation and soundproofing. However, as mentioned before, this only works if the windows are kept shut. The children living under the flight path are already at a disadvantage academically, some already living in low-income areas. Living and learning under a flight path is not these children's choice, and given the huge increase in noise-affected areas, not even the choice of their parents. Planning policies seek to balance the value of aviation to the economy and society against the costs. You've heard how many people are affected by noise and the extent of this in comparison to other forms of transport and indeed other airports. If there is any airport that fails this balance, it must be Southampton. If the balance of noise to value does not rule out extension here, then it does not rule out extension anywhere, and the planning policy is worthless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jerd. We're now going to go to Councillor Richard Gomer, please.
Thank you, Chair. I know you've had many good arguments already, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to just touch on a few of them. First, I'd like us to consider technology, which I know has come up in the consultation and in the airport's lobbying material. As Councillor Tidridge touched on, there is no short or medium-term prospect of technology that can lead to green aviation. Incremental improvements in efficiency will clearly not deliver net zero. Hydrogen planes are still barely at concept stage. In fact, there is no energy source currently available with an energy density in terms of volume and weight that is close to that of aviation fuel and available at a scale that could support aviation. The fossil fueled planes that exist and which are being manufactured now will be in service for decades to come beyond the planetary deadline for net zero. Whereas road and rail both have credible paths to decarbonisation within the timescale required, aviation does not. You must not rely on the empty promise of clean planes when making your decision. Second is the question of demand. Expansion here won't just shift passenger demand around, it will create more passengers, more flights and more emissions. As Felix Eigenborough told you earlier, the airport's own figures show 42% of existing passengers from the inner catchment would not fly if the airport were not so convenient. This application does not simply meet unavoidable business transport needs, and so you must consider the additional induced demand created by this application. Third is the relation of this development to the wider transport system. Paragraph 845 of the report notes policy S1 of the local plan, which states development should provide access to more sustainable forms of transport. This application will do the opposite. It will lock in a dependence on unsustainable transport for decades. It directly undermines the case for expansion of sustainable options like domestic and international high-speed rail. And the effectiveness of the passenger cap that is recommended in the report is in effect undermined by that same policy. By capping only vehicle movements, the condition ignores passengers who we will be encouraging to arrive by train. You must consider the inconsistency of this application with the aims of policy S1, and you must consider how ineffective the passenger cap will be. Finally, the missing path to decarbonisation means that it is inevitable the aviation market must shrink. It will be no easier to do that when it employs even more people or supports more business. The more eggs that we put into this basket, the bigger our future problems become. This application is not the solution to economic problems. It is a recipe for even bigger ones. You would be justified in requesting alternative conditions or denying this permission, and I hope you will do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. And our final speaker in this particular session is Councillor Tim Bearder, please.
Hello, councillors. Can you hear me?
We can hear and see you.
Great, thank you very much. I'd like to thank my fellow councillors who've made important points. I would like to address the impacts it will have on the climate. Firstly, the estimate for the 2036 with this development of 753 kilotons of carbon dioxide emissions is vastly in excess of the Department of Transport's allocation for Southampton of between 300 and 400 kilotons of carbon dioxide emissions in their 2017 report. But let's be fair to the Department of Transport. Their analysis only includes the departure leg of flights and does not include the radiative forcing, which are both included in the assessment of this proposed development. That means that the Department of Transport's forecast underreports the CO2 emissions by a factor of 4. Once national aviation is calculated with the most up-to-date approach, aviation demand across the UK would have to be reduced more steeply, leaving less room for airport expansion here in Southampton or indeed anywhere in the country. Secondly, the Council's climate change manager has said that our own assessment has found that in order to reach net zero emissions by 2030, there would need to be a borough-wide reduction of 48 kilotons of carbon dioxide emissions from the airport. Now, I was then told that we shouldn't place too much weight on this out-of-date number, but in the same advice, we are asked to accept the current out-of-date government policy to determine this application. We are either using the numbers in existing policy or we accept the very latest figures. If it's the latter, we need to take into consideration the 6th carbon budget. The sixth carbon budget, which it says on its website, is based on extensive programme of analysis, consultation and consideration by the committee and its staff, building on evidence published last year, and its conclusion: no airport expansion. It is well established that as a decision maker must take into account matters that are so obviously material to a decision that failure to consider them amounts to an error in law. So whilst the government has not yet made the sixth carbon budget law, it should be given considerable weight in this case. If nothing else, you should defer this decision until the government has decided what it will do with the sixth carbon budget and then act accordingly. Why? Because you need to adopt the precautionary principle, as already been mentioned in this debate. Last month, David Attenborough gave a stark warning on climate change to the UN. He said, if we continue on the current path, we face the collapse of everything. Don't play your part in the collapse of everything. Take a bold decision and turn down this, or at least defer it until we know all the facts. Many thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bearder. So can I ask Andy whether you wish to respond to any of the points that councillors made?
Thank you, Chair. Just two very quick points, which were new ones that haven't been raised already. I'm sure, well, 3 points actually. I'm sure the issue around London City Airport will be picked up by the applicant when they come on to speak, so I won't talk about that. Councillor Tidridge raised the issue about the River Itchen SAC and the impact on ecology. I think it's the first time it's been brought to the forefront of the debate today. The impact on ecology has been very well assessed, both in terms of the habitat and protected species, the designated areas, both at an international right down to a local level. And working with our own ecologists and consulting with Natural England, we've concluded quite rightly that there would not be an adverse impact on the integrity of those nature conservation areas. That is borne out by the latest information from Natural England on the appropriate assessment as part of the habitat regs approach. So we are comfortable, subject to the heads of terms about the ecological management and mitigation issues being secured by the 106, then we are comfortable with the relationship of the development to ecology. And the final point actually that Councillor Bearder was raising about whether we should defer this, adopting a precautionary principle, that is something we have looked at and we've taken legal advice on. And whilst the government will be making an announcement towards the end of June on the sixth carbon budget, that doesn't mean that regulations will come into effect immediately, and therefore we do have to be mindful that we would not simply be deferring it for a couple of months. It could be deferred for significantly longer on that. So in terms of the material considerations before members, it's the adopted policies that you have to consider, whilst having regard to the sixth carbon budget. That would not trump the policies, because we really do not know how the government are going to react to the recommendations, and they are recommendations within the sixth carbon budget. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and Councillor Irish, you had a question.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was very interested in what Councillor Tidridge was saying about restricting the amount of passengers at the airport, and I think that might be a good solution. But how do we enforce that? How do we get the airport? Well, how do we get enforcement? Because anything could happen, couldn't it? We need some sort of enforcement. And then how do you enforce restricting passengers at an airport?
Andy, would you like to respond to Councillor Irish?
Yeah, I can have a go. We've got Sue may come back from an environmental perspective and her airport experience, but in terms of restricting passengers, it's not the passengers we need to restrict, it's the impact of the passengers who are using the airport. So is that impact highway movements or is it environmental? Now, from a highways perspective, as we've referenced a couple of times today, the impact on highways is within the measured So I'll start again. The impact on highways was assessed under the SRTM, so underpinning the local plan. So it's a highway forecasting, looking at the likely movements of people, the impact of traffic, the number of vehicles, etc. for our local plan, our emerging local plan. And that measured the amount of vehicle movements at 2.45 million. If the development went beyond that, there is potential for there to be an unacceptable impact on the highway network, but that hasn't been demonstrated. So putting a cap on at 2.45 million vehicles ensures that we have considered the impact on the highway. Now that 2.45 million vehicles movements roughly equates to 3 million passengers, but it's the impact of the highway movements we're capping there, not the passenger numbers. So if you flip that onto noise, and what's the impact of 3 million passengers, or 2.5 or 5 million passengers? It's the impact of the air traffic movements and the associated emissions with that. Now we've already set out, and it's quite clear in the report, that the emissions should be considered at a national level, other than Scope 1 direct emissions, which are attributed to the on-site activities of the airport itself. We've heard that the government have built that into their carbon budgeting previously for domestic flights, and the international flights have been excluded. We all think they will come in to their guidance moving forward, but that is addressed, and it's very clear in national policy that should be considered at a national level, the emissions. So that then leads us on to the air traffic movements, or the ATMs, in regard to noise. Now, the airport have provided a forecast of the fleet mix of planes that they would anticipate servicing the airport over the next 12 years, up to 2033. And they've worked that fleet mix out based on about 3 million passengers. So what that has done is given us noise contours, which sets out the forecast impacts from 51 up to 63, 65 dB. And what we're seeking to do is to minimise the noise impacts. Now, it could be with quieter planes in the future that actually those noise contours diminish, but as we've heard, the technology is emerging. So it's not so much the passenger numbers, but it's the impact of the travel of those passenger numbers, be it on the road or in the air, that we're seeking to cap. By having noise contours and having a noise contour cap within the Section 106, we are in effect restricting the amount of passengers who can use the airport by virtue of what, as officers, we see as an acceptable noise impact. So rather than saying it's 3 million passengers, we've identified what the harm is on the road or to noise, and looked to cap that, the impacts of the passengers, rather than number of passengers. So I think that's the important thing, looking at what the impact is and not necessarily the throughput of passengers. Hopefully that kind of explained the capping approach, but obviously happy to take any questions should there be some. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a really, really good answer. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Andy, if I can just ask a question on the back then of what you have just said, particularly around the sort of highways, and so I'm thinking about this from the perspective of somebody living in Eastleigh who is familiar with the road network in Eastleigh. So you said in your response there that the SRTM, which was done for the sort of local plan, that indicates that the road network can take this 2.45 million vehicle movements, I guess we would be sort of saying. So I'm sort of thinking about the practical reality of particularly the sort of, you know, the roundabouts that we have leading to the airport. I know I read in some of the highways reports, although ultimately after about 5 reports, I think they did, you know, they did say no objection. There was quite a lot in there about concerns about sort of junction 5 of the M27, its capacity, the roundabout, I can't think what we would call it, the wide lane one by Parkway, and then of course we've got the Spitfire one. All of those sort of were sort of questioned by various different groups. I saw in the report it talked about 1,400 extra vehicles sort of coming onto the road. We've got an air quality management area, which is Southampton Road. These extra sort of vehicles coming onto the road network, to me, the practical reality of sort of sitting in traffic on Southampton Road is that you sit there and it's just pumping out, you know, exhaust fumes and what have you. Surely with these extra vehicles, all of that is just going to get worse, so that people will be sitting and queuing for longer. They'll be pumping out more. Bearing in mind that's an air quality management area already, and bearing in mind that Southampton, I don't know the technical part of it, but they were mandated to do something about their air quality because it's so poor. I kind of can't quite understand that. I read something in some of the reports that it sort of said this isn't a problem because the roundabout is already at capacity, or it's already over capacity, which to me as a layperson, you kind of think, okay, it's already got more traffic on it than what it can handle. That's what overcapacity means to me as a layperson. And now we're putting even more onto it. That to me, it sounds quite strange that we would say there's no need to be concerned sort of about this, about it, the road network can cope. Can you maybe help me to understand that, please?
Of course, you're right, as a layperson you look at it in terms of if there is an overcapacity at some of the junctions on roundabouts. It's not necessarily all arms of a roundabout, but some of them, how can some additionality of delays not be harmful? And I think the test here is what is the additionality of that, and what does national guidance say in terms of harm? Now the NPPF is quite clear that there must be a severe impact on the highway as a result of the development. If there is a slight overcapacity at the moment and there's an additional few cars added to that, that isn't deemed in highway terms and certainly in planning policy terms as being a severe impact on the junction capacity. There's been a lot of discussions throughout the pre the application coming in and during the application with the various highway authorities, and through that work it has been evidenced that whilst there would be an additionality to some of the delays experienced at roundabouts, I think 4 of the 6 junctions that were modelled had some form of capacity issue, that it was such a small impact that it wasn't something which was classed as severe or would needed to be mitigated. We do have Hampshire County Council on this call if you wanted some further technical information to explain that, but that in simplistic terms is how we've got to that assessment. I think what was clear in terms of the trip generation, the biggest area that's impacted is Mitchell Way itself. Obviously that's the way in, the way out for all traffic associated with the airport, and there was a significant impact on the traffic along there. But actually once you get out onto the road network and the traffic disperses in different directions, there's some that was coming up Southampton Road to Eastleigh, into Southampton itself, south down the M27. Actually that dispersion of traffic and the 1,400 additional movements you've referenced is actually spread over a wider area, so that in itself doesn't cause a harmful impact. Leading that on to air quality, and it's a very good point in terms of cars queuing. An air quality assessment is always informed by the transport assessment, so the applicant would have created the transport assessment, the modelling associated with that, and then that would have been given across to the air quality team for the airport, and they would have factored that into their own modelling to assess the impact on the AQMAs both in Eastleigh and Southampton. Something which we've looked at in quite a lot of detail and wondered whether there was any delays in achieving our own action plan targets in our AQMA. I know Southampton challenged and questioned some of the methodology on that, but haven't, from memory, come back and said they object on the air quality issue. We've pushed a little bit further and sought some more information around that ourselves, but we are now satisfied from an air quality point of view that the objectives set out in the air quality management area for Air Quality Management Area 1, Southampton Road, would not be undermined as a result of this development. So cumulatively, we've assessed air quality as a result of traffic movements associated with the development, and we've also assessed the highway impact as not being severe, that it was needed actual mitigation. I'd say Hampshire are also on this call if you wanted to talk further about that particular point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Andy. I believe Councillor Bicknell would like to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a question that, again, might need to come back on. It's arrived. It goes back to, well, actually, it's to do with the environmental statement addendum 2, and this would be one for the climate change people. And we are looking at chapter 13, and in particular, table 13.3. And it sort of refers back to comments that have been made with reference to paragraph 854 and 855 in the planning document, because the table I mentioned has percentages of proposed emissions, and I just want to check that those percentages, given previous conversations about a cumulative effect and change from 44 kilotons to 6, the changes in total emissions. I would just like clarity a bit later on that those percentages are actually accurate, and they are a total figure and not just an additional figure based on the new development. So that's one for a bit later on. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Anyone else wishing to speak? I think not, so we're just going to go to Guy Riddock, who is going to, I believe we have just a few more statements of people who were hoping to join us live, but then there were some technical difficulties and they weren't able to join, so they have sent in statements. So Guy, you're muted, but when you're ready, if you would share those with us, please.
Thank you, Jay. Yes, I've got 4 statements to read out. And I'll start with the first one. Chair and members of the committee, I'm speaking today on behalf of the ADD campaign and CPRE Hampshire, who object to this planning application. First, the extension of the runway and the proposed increase in annual passenger numbers by 50% is clearly contrary to the Council's climate change emergency declaration and the government's policies to tackle their existential threat. The officer's report to this committee makes this clear. Following the pandemic, the airport has shifted its case for the runway extension towards suggesting that it is essential to the airport's survival, but it provides no firm evidence that it can attract new operators and routes, which it simply assumes will arrive in a longer run if a longer runway is built. A questionable assumption is also made that the COVID impact will last 2 to 3 years, after which the travel patterns. I beg your pardon. A questionable assumption is also made that the COVID impact will last perhaps 2 to 3 years, after which the travel patterns will return to a pre-2020 normality. We all would do well to heed the recent comment of the Greenpeace chief scientist. The government needs to face up to the unavoidable reality that the aviation industry has to be smaller than it was before the pandemic and get on with the vital job of making this process as painless as possible for workers and with the lowest possible impact on the climate. The airport's expansion plans offer no benefit, but significant disadvantage to Eastleigh residents. The expected use of noisier, less environmentally friendly aircraft will cause much greater noise pollution. By 2033, some 30,000 people will experience the impact of significant additional aircraft noise, and this is on the airport's assumption about estimated air traffic movements. Note, there is no limit on the number of flights in the proposed conditions attached to the application. The Freeport designation for Southampton, to which the airport is linked, increases the probability of the airport attracting cargo flights, which are not mentioned at all in the application. The increase in 470 car parking spaces is entirely unjustified and should be rejected, not least as being premature before the airport can show its passenger numbers have exceeded the 2018 total of just under 2 million. If the additional car parking is permitted and passenger numbers fail to grow quickly, that will simply encourage more to use the car travel rather than public transport. A senior highways engineer confirms that it will be more difficult and expensive to build the Chickenhall Lane link road if the additional car parking is constructed in the northeastern area, and that jack tunnelling the road under the extended runway would increase costs. Note, the airport has made no commitment whatsoever to contribute to the construction cost of the Chickenhall Lane link road. In more than 3 minutes, many more reasons could be outlined as to why this planning application should be rejected. Those that support it now will need to prepare to justify their position when the future reveals how bad that decision was. So I'll move on to the next representation. This is from Gavin Miller. I was booked to speak in person via Microsoft Teams, but unfortunately, despite the best efforts of Eastleigh Council IT team, it has not been possible to connect me to the council meeting, even though I use Teams daily. I live in St Denis, Southampton, and work for a national food waste to biofuel company. Before the pandemic, I was frequently away from home during the week and travelled by car, rail and from Southampton Airport to meetings through UK and Ireland. Currently, I work much more productively from home, as do my colleagues, thanks in large part to Microsoft Teams. It seemed clear that there will be a continuing post-pandemic shift to significantly more remote working. In some ways, this will parallel a similar ongoing shift to more online shopping. Bill Gates of Microsoft predicts that in-person meetings will no longer be regarded as the gold standard for meetings, and that 50% of business air travel will never return after the pandemic. It is estimated that around 60% of airline revenue comes from business travel. So why expand an airport with its flights path directly over heavily populated areas, just as the major source of revenue for airlines is set for a significant decline? The huge national and global impact of the pandemic is slowly being overcome through concerted public health, NHS, industry, government and public responses of wartime proportions. However, the rapidly accelerating climate crisis presents a far greater danger to all of us, to all of humanity and to future generations. We need to fly less, not more. Not only would this proposed airport expansion run contrary to the overwhelming need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but it would also subject tens of thousands of Eastleigh and Southampton residents to almost doubled levels of aircraft noise, often to levels known to affect mental health and children's learning. Increased noise levels would also make it difficult or impossible to hold conversations in many thousands of Eastleigh's and Southampton's gardens and outside spaces while aircraft are overhead, which will be every few minutes in the warmer months of the year. The proposed airport expansion would be hugely damaging for quality of life for those under the flight paths, for the environment, and for what is needed to avert a catastrophic global climate change. I appeal to all Eastleigh councillors to reject the proposed Southampton airport expansion. Right, on to the third one, and this is from Councillor Susan J. Cook, a ward councillor of Colden Common and Twyford from Winchester City Council. Good afternoon now, members of the Planning Committee and officers of Eastleigh Borough Council, employees of Southampton Airport and members of the general public who are listening and watching this planning application today. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak at this meeting, although being conveyed by an officer of Eastleigh Borough Council. England has had 3 national lockdowns. Overseas travel ban has been extended until July due to very possible third wave fears, and if this hits our shores, surely it's madness to assess the extension of this runway when the whole of the aviation industry is in crisis and nobody knows whether and how it will re-emerge. How can anyone properly assess the application or take any rational decision on the extension of the runway and the extension of the car park when the country, actually no, in fact the world, is in a terrible pandemic and nobody truly knows what the future of the air travel or or international travel more generally will look like. At this time, Eastleigh Borough Council Planning should be shelving this application for at least the next 5 years and putting all of their energy and might into getting local businesses back into life, including urgent planning policy and decisions for outside areas for restaurants and leisure facilities and other amenities. The world has totally changed since this proposal was made, and this change couldn't be more dramatic and have a devastating effect on the residents of Eastleigh and nearby villages. The aviation industry has suffered a disaster. It will never return to where it was, and the numbers have been struggling, in particular in the case of Southampton Airport. Eastleigh Borough Council surely cannot continue with this application. Southampton Airport is ideally placed to operate first-generation electric aircraft, which will fly short haul. Under the Department of Transport's Decarbonising Transport initiative to make electric aircraft at Southampton a reality, this is the way forward. Not long-haul car parking as being proposed, bringing more motorists to the area, increasing an already congested area, and not forgetting a flight path over the South Downs National Park, a place of environmental sensitivity. What about the well-being of local residents? Noise levels, according to the reports, are still rather a grey matter, and this all adds to this controversial application. Southampton Airport is a proud member of the communities we serve. Well, Southampton Airport, there are thousands that this application would affect on a daily basis, and throughout today's meeting that will be heard. This is not the end of Southampton Airport as is being reported. It is another chapter for its operations department and partners, plus the management team, to look at other avenues on the direction and usage of the business and locations of this airport. The extension of the runway is part of controversial plans. We have a council that pride themselves as to their climate change policy, and that is championed throughout government. This application is not the way forward, and I urge the committee to refuse the application. And the last one from me in this session is from Debbie Tan, the Chief Executive of the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust. The Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust has formally objected to this planning application, and we wish to confirm our continued objection to the proposal. In the past year, the scale and urgency of the climate and ecological crisis has become even clearer, and while the direct ecological footprint of the proposal is relatively modest, the indirect and off-site long-term impacts are extremely concerning for both people and nature. The airport is located alongside a globally distinctive and highly designated sites for nature, notably the River Itchen and its rich and very vulnerable floodplain, protected as a site of special scientific interest and a special area of conservation. A key concern is the risk of pollution to nearby sensitive habitats, as well as the knock-on impacts, including increased passenger vehicle movements. Currently, the area around Southampton Airport has been declared an air quality management area, as it has exceeded nitrogen dioxide objectives set by the government. The proposal is likely to contribute to further reductions in air quality, impacting both the health of people and wildlife locally. While we recognise the aviation sector is taking important strides towards carbon reduction, we also remain concerned about the fundamentally unsustainable nature of continued expansion in air travel and fossil fuel consumption, and the conflict with stated aims of local and national government during this climate and ecological emergency. The climate crisis creates huge challenges for wildlife and people, and we do not support continued growth of such a polluting industry. The airport's own estimate is that the carbon emissions will rise on average by 350,000 tonnes a year, making it harder for the airport and Eastleigh Borough Council to reach the necessary target for becoming carbon neutral by 2030. It is worth mentioning the work the Wildlife Trusts are doing around nature-based solutions, as the fight against climate change can be helped by investing in carbon removal potential of ecosystems. Next to Southampton Airport is a valuable yet vulnerable wetland system which could sequester hundreds of tonnes of carbon each year, adding to the carbon stores already there. The airport could invest in these wetlands and others as part of the carbon reduction strategy to help restore the local biodiversity network on its doorstep and help increase resilience to the airport's environmental impacts. However, we are clear that nature-based solutions are not the substitute for urgent and substantial carbon reductions, which are needed across the aviation sector and the whole economy. We trust that you will find our comments helpful, and if you wish to discuss these matters further, please do not hesitate to contact us. And that's the conclusion of my statements.
Thank you very much for those, Guy. Councillors, do you have any questions you wish to ask on issues that were raised in those statements? I can't see that anybody does. Andy, did you wish to respond to anything?
Yes, Chair, just on one additional point that's been raised, which hasn't been touched on already, and that was about the Chickenham Lane Link Road. And one of the comments that the Guy read out expressed an opinion that it would undermine the delivery of the Chickenham Lane Link Road. That isn't the case. The Section 106 does make provisions for the route to be safeguarded, or a route to be safeguarded, and for the airport to work with the local authority in securing that and offering it up for adoption. Within the application, they've also demonstrated that a tunnel arrangement could be delivered with or without the runway extension. It would have to be something of that nature, and that is set out within the committee report at paragraphs 458 and 459. So that was the only point I wanted to pick up on, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, the one final point, sorry, my fellow councillors are just sighing now, but one final point I just wanted to ask you about, Andy, was in response to the last statement that we heard there, and particularly the comments around biodiversity. And I know ideally in the new legislation that's indicating that there should be a 10% net gain, and this particular application, obviously it's not law at the moment, but if it was law, then we wouldn't be in that sort of ballpark. So I just wondered if you wanted to comment on some of the suggestions that were made in that last statement about biodiversity in the area and how that could be increased.
Of course, the application has considered the opportunities to enhance the biodiversity value of the site, and that is set out in, I think it's chapter 9 of the ES and the various addendums that go with it. There's a recognition that there's a loss of some semi-improved grassland where the bund is, but realistically that's the only sort of detrimental impact on any quality habitat on the site. Through the additional mitigation that is being brought on in terms of planting and land management, bearing in mind that this is an airport, so there's certain strict criteria they have to work under for aviation safety, that has attributed a marginal, I think I said at the outset of the presentation, a marginal improvement on biodiversity, which is what the National Planning Policy Framework says. It should be an enhancement at this stage. So they have demonstrated an enhancement. There's a difference of opinion in terms of whether it's 0.6% or 3%, as the applicant is suggesting, but it does comply with policies on that basis. The environmental bill, when it eventually does become legislation, will be seeking 10%, and that obviously is quite a challenge for any development to deliver. But at this moment in time, considering this application, we are comfortable that it does meet the NPPS requirements of enhancing biodiversity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that brings us to the end of this part of the meeting. So we have now heard from all of the people who registered to speak in opposition. So what we are going to do now is to take a break, because as I'm sure you'll appreciate, we have absorbed quite a lot of information. We have been going since 10 o'clock this morning. There's a lot of information that we've had to take on board, and we just need some time to sort of process that before we start the evening session, when we will then be hearing from those people who wish to speak in support of this application, and then we will hear from the airport, the applicants themselves. So councillors, I need you to log out of this session, to log yourselves into the next session, but then turn off your cameras, turn off your mics, and we will be starting in 3/4 of an hour from now, and I'm making it 10 to 6 at the moment, so you can work out your timings from there. Thank you.